And Mr. Carpenter is here. Thank you. We have a quorum. If you're able, will you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Up next on our agenda is an opportunity for board members to share any correspondence they've received.
I'll start. We all, I'm sure, received quite a bit of correspondence, probably from a lot of you in the room. As always, we appreciate that. I don't think I received any that the rest of you didn't also receive. That's usually what I shared. But what I will say is, no, I did not get to respond to all of you, and I'm sorry. I tried to do my best, but I was not able to get to all of you. But you emailed before about 3:30 or 4 o'clock today. I promise you I read it and thoughtfully considered it. Also, most of those emails were requesting rationale regarding one of our policy changes. So I don't want to at this moment, because I think we have some reports to the board that I think need to happen first. But if I could ask the board for about a few minutes prior to open communication to perhaps provide some rationale and context that will help, I think, make a more productive conversation this evening, I would appreciate that.
Thank you. Similarly, for me, for correspondence, I got quite a few pieces and wasn't able to respond to each and every one of them. It was just a little bit more than I could fit into the time I had. So.
And I received the same correspondence, and most of them were very kind and very just wanting to communicate, and so I appreciate the tones and the questions and the open communication. And I went back and forth with a couple of people, and it was very, very honest, open communication, so I appreciated that.
I likewise received emails from a number of people, and I'm on recovery from extensive travel all over the country for the last 2 weeks, and so rather atypical of me, I do try my best to respond. Everybody emails me. In this case, I have not gotten back to anyone yet. But I just got back from, where did I come from? Utah, just the other day. So, but I will respond to you later. Thank you.
Okay, we will move into reports to the board, and we'd like to welcome our Greene County Career Center District Representative, Adam. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, sir. Can you hear me okay, I guess? So it sounds like the microphone. Thank you. As always, thank you for letting me be part of the Greene County School Career Center School Board. I really enjoy it. First thing, graduation May 23rd, Nutter Center for the students. Everybody's getting excited. We had 37 Bellbrook students on the honor roll this year, or this quarter, at the Greene County Career Center. And they also inducted 100 students, not all of them Bellbrook students, but 100 students in the National Technical Honor Society out there. So a lot of things going on. They're also starting a STEM partnership with Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. They've got an engineering program as part of the Greene County Career Center, and we've got it. It's a part of the Bellbrook curriculum as well. So it's one of those things that's growing. I'm a big engineer fan, so please be engineers. The world needs them, The other thing, I don't know where your treasurer is. I don't think he's interviewing for the Greene County Career Center job, but it is open. So if there are any treasurers or school board, I want to be a treasurer on the school board. It is open. The position's open, so feel free to apply. Good luck. The other thing I just want to report to the board is one thing the Greene County Career Center has done here in the past 3 months was they developed a curriculum to attract elementary school students to the Career Center. So they've got they were able to get a grant from the state, and they put for kindergartners, they bought a book for the kindergarten teachers that said, this is my hat, and it's got different hats that students could wear as far as future careers and things like that were offered, in conjunction with what's going on at the Career Center. For the second graders, they had an activity book going through various things, and then the fourth grader, they had a STEM lesson, and it was based around the true story of the Three Little Pigs. And I don't know if any of you have ever read it, but if you get the chance, the true story of the Three Little Pigs will make you smile. You know, it's told from the wolf's point of view, so it's not exactly, but it, you know, it's not a long read, but it is entertaining. And then, and the students, the interesting part about the Career Center when they did that is they had a lot of the students help build some of the, help them go through the lessons, worked with the teachers that they brought in. They brought teachers from all over the county. All of the elementary school teachers in the county went over to go through and do the training to give the lessons to their class. So they provided it to all the kindergarten, second and fourth grade students in the county. So there's about, you know, all the county schools. And then finally, they had 670 enrollees this year. They maxed out in health sciences and the sports exercise area, but there are other opportunities out there. So the Career Center is, you know, growing. I encourage you to come out and see the facility if you want. Anytime, it's a beautiful facility, a lot going on. So that's my report. If you have any questions, I will gladly answer. And
with what group at the base is this collaboration for engineering?
they had started with Joe Shabika.
FRL?
Yeah, FRL. So but they're, you know, it's applicable all across, you know, the LCMC side of the house, NASIC, you know, there's engineers in all parts of the base and all kinds of flavors, chemical, mechanical, electrical, you know, take it, whatever you got, they'll use. Yeah, yes, sir. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Up next, Mr. Hand, give us a state of Bellbrook High School. Thanks for being here.
I say never in my wildest dreams, but I think this many people wanted to hear me talk about the state of Bellbrook High School. But here we go. All right, there we go. First of all, as you know, Bellbrook High School is very fortunate to have a lot of success academically, artistically, and athletically. And that's due to our staff, our students, and our families in our district. Just a few things. On slide 1 here, we offer 13 AP courses here at Bellbrook High School. Next year, we should be back at 15. Part of that is, and why I'm so fortunate to work here, is Bellbrook's a great size. We're a small enough school that we know everybody, the kids know each other, they can participate in many different activities, but we are big enough to offer a lot of classes, a lot of programs that a lot of schools our size may not be able to, and it's really fantastic. We also partner with the Greene County Career Center, as Mr. O'Malley just spoke about, and we do offer several Greene County Career Center courses here in partnership, including our engineering classes, our biomedical classes, and our family and consumer classes. We also have College Credit Plus. And last year, we had over 200 students earn college credit, both on college campuses and also here at Bellbrook High School. And we offer several CCP courses here, including Spanish 3 and Spanish 4, French 3 and French 4, and then also our supply chain management class. Again, we're very lucky to have so many options here, and then big part of that is we have so many talented and dedicated staff at BHS. They're truly experts in their field, and they're our students' biggest supporters. Many have recently participated in and or presented at state and national conferences, and they have represented Bellbrook High School extremely well. Again, if you get a chance to look at the board there, we offer many varied courses, challenging courses here at the high school across the board. And we produce well-rounded and well-prepared students for the future. A few examples. Last May, we had 142 kids take 292 AP exams. 90% of those students passed their exam, scored a 3, 4, or 5. That is the highest passing percentage in school history. This spring, so a few weeks ago, we had 206 BHS juniors who took the state-sponsored ACT test, and with an average conference score of 22.8. That's made strides in all areas, and that's the highest scores we've had since they instituted the state-sponsored ACT test. So our kids are doing a great job. We're currently in state testing right now, but last spring I can say that our students and staff made BHS the top performing high school in Greene County. All right, we exceeded all state standards, and we expect the same thing again this time. So basically, I'd like to congratulate all of our kids, all of our students, and I can tell you from experience and our staff that we do consider all of our students our kids on their academic success and efforts during the past year. The arts. Last year, Bellbrook was recognized by the National Association of Music Merchandisers as a best community for music education. There are roughly 175 students in BHS involved in some aspect of music, whether that's marching band or concert choir, theater, things like that. We have had 3 band concerts so far this year, with one more coming up on May 9th. You're all invited to come here and listen to the band or bands up. And also the choir. We have held our annual chamber music contest or showcase here in January. We had 105 different performances, anywhere from 6th through 12th grade. Concert bands also participated in the Music for All Regional Concert Band Festival at Mason in March, and now they're preparing for graduation and the performances there here in a few weeks. Choirs performed the national anthem at various functions throughout the year, including the University of Dayton. During the OASSA boys basketball tournament. They've recently also clinic with Dr. Najir, Director of Choral Studies at Wright State, and they also had the opportunity to sing with the Wright State University Collegiate Chorale. The Marching Eagles under Andy Solomon had a great 2022 campaign, winning class competitions at Mason and Centerville, and won the 2022 MSBA Class AAA Championship. That's their first MSBA Class Championship in 14 years. They were also active on the Bands of America circuit, placing 4th at the BOA Louisville Regional, and then 21st at Grand Nats in Indianapolis. Indoor percussion under Cameron Halls and Mr. Solomon was promoted to open class early in the season after early successes. They placed 3rd at the MIPA Championships and were named as semifinalists at the National Championships, placing 23rd nationally. Our world-class winter guard is led by Sheldon Epo. Guard started the season in Scholastic Open, but they were quickly promoted to Scholastic World Color Guard at one of only 39 high schools in the country to have that honor. They finished 16th in the world-class semifinals, just missing advancing to the finals. Jazz Band has played concerts this winter and then again in the spring. And they'll be playing another concert outside on May 22nd. We'll also have Pep Band, who performed at many of our home basketball games. And Pit Orchestra right now is preparing for Cinderella. We'll talk about that in a second. Our theater production, our musical production coming up next week. Theater. Cinderella, that's all I gotta say. 4th, 5th, and 6th. Rodgers and Hammerstein musical, Cinderella. Last 4 years after COVID, we've produced 2 fall plays and 2 musicals. Our kids work very hard. They're very talented, so buy your tickets. I think they're $10. May 4th, May 5th, and May 6th. The visual arts. Mrs. Parsons and Mrs. Newsom carry on the BHS Art Department's tradition of excellence with a focus on community engagement. Our students proudly display their work not only in our building, but also around our local community, and have invited the public, public participation during our first Community Art Day. That was last weekend, right? Sure. Fall athletics. I'm going to speed through some of these. We have a lot going on, guys. Like I said, we have Bellbrook High School never sleeps. The fact that it's quiet right now, and we're not hearing drums beating or people practicing is rare. Enjoy the silence. As usual, our athletic teams have been very successful. In the fall, teams captured SWBL championships in girls tennis, and volleyball, and football, and a new varsity sport, girls golf. Cross country, Makuya Ford qualified for state. Our boys golf team was sectional champs, and sophomore CJ Scully was individual district champ and qualified for state. And volleyball was a district runner-up. During the winter, our success continued. Girls basketball were once again SWBL champs. Our competition cheer squad came in 3rd at the OASSA state competition. We had many students, several students move on in swim and dive. Mia Nazarenas advanced to the state diving meet. Tegan Melton and Peter Guthrie qualified for the state swim meet. And Kate Lynch qualified for the indoor track and field state championship in pole vault. Vincent Hummel and Landon Weiss qualified for the state tournament in wrestling. Spring, we're right in the middle of it. When it's not raining, we're playing. All of our teams have winning records at the moment. If you get a chance, come out and see them. Baseball and softball are both in first place in their leagues right now. We also have boys lacrosse, girls lacrosse, boys tennis, and then we have track and field. We host an SWBL and district meet in the next couple meets. So if you want to come out and spend a good 9 or 10 hours at the track, those are both available. Also, congrats to our athletic director, Charlie Odell. He was named the Southwest Athletic Board Athletic Director of the Year. So, and again, we are also in the running for another SWBL All Sports Championship. Moving right along, beyond the classroom, we have something for everybody here at BHS. Student government's been hard at work throughout the year. Homecoming, talent show, and now prom is next week. Actually, next week, it's Saturday. Okay. It snuck up on me Saturday. So we'll be at Carolyn Park on Saturday. Our theme is Las Vegas. It's going to be fun. HOSA, which is our Future Health Professionals Organization, has run a blood drive. They participated in STEAM Night. They will help organize Be the Match, a bone marrow registry, banquets. They've set kids on in state competitions. Next year, we're looking to create a new club called Girls Who Code. Mrs. Van Brackle, Jenny Nickel, Mr. Schultz are looking to get that organized, which will have girls in coding, do computer coding grades 3 through 12. Our Kindness Club is doing food drives and making Christmas cards and holiday cards for retirement homes, Valentine's cards for retirement homes. Our Art Club has worked with GSA. They learned about Frida Kahlo. It also created Sugar Skull artwork. They've had holiday parties and gift exchanges, created clay hearts for Valentine's Day, and they're working right now and they're doing chalk drawings around the school to spread positive messages as we kind of wrap up the year. Model UN Club has competed at University of Dayton and also Miami. Our journalism classes are producing the Eagle View News on a regular basis and also the Egg Podcast. I highly recommend you search for those guys online. They've had 7 episodes to date so far and a lot of local topics and conversations. Our GSA Pride Diversity Club has done food drives and a warm coat drive and clothing drives. Also collected hygiene supplies for Daybreak Dayton. Members have attended 2 teen summits along with 20 other schools and have hosted several speakers. There will be another hygiene supply drive for Daybreak soon. ROTC, got 1 million people in ROTC. JROTC has collected, completed close to 1,900 community service hours so far this year. They collected nearly 11,000 canned goods during their annual food drive, and all were donated to the Bellbrook-Sugarcreek Community Resource Center. They participated in many extracurricular activities as well. Physical fitness competitions, military ball, they helped work the Air Force Marathon. They participated in honor guards for veterans' funerals, along with the VFW, marched in multiple parades. And on June 8th, the JROTC Choir will sing the national anthem, The Dragons, and the JROTC Color Guard will present the colors. Next year, this has come up in some board meetings before, the Hope Squad will be joining BSS. Our spring advisors spring advisor training was completed, and we'll start the club at the start of the 2023-2024 school year. Another group, the Other TP, provided feminine products at Daybreak. They partnered with GSA. NHS inducted 43 new members, added to their 68 returning members, and they've completed approximately 10,000 hours of community service amongst them. The Board Game Club is creating or designing a board game. Junk Bots is a card drafting battle game where you pack to get a trophy. Supportive Peers, we all know about Supportive Peers. They've been active in our schools and community, hosting many extracurricular events through the year and summer. And last but not least, the BHS drone team won the national championship last year. Already this year they won the state championship, and they are going to Denver to compete to defend their crown in the upcoming weeks. There's a lot going on all the time. It's hard to keep up with, and I know I miss things. There's no doubt. Our kids are very busy, and they're very successful. And again, that goes back to our teachers, the kids themselves, and their families for making that a thing. Last thing before I move on, senior activities. Okay, we're at the end of the year. Graduation is May 20th at Bellbrook Stadium at 1 p.m. The rain date is the next day on Sunday, the 21st. Lots of things happening, lots of senior traditions, field trips, senior sunset, we call it. We'll have a senior cookout, all sorts of good stuff. Our seniors have been great. We're proud of our seniors and their leadership that they've provided throughout their careers, okay, academically, artistically, athletically. They have represented our community well, and we know they'll continue to make us proud as they move into their future careers all around the country, all around the state, and all around the world. Thank you, and is there any questions? I talk fast, I try to. There's a lot, okay, again, I can't say how proud I am of every one of our kids here. They're all great. They are our kids, and again, we're very fortunate to get to work with them every day.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Hand. A lot of great stuff going on at the high school, so really do appreciate your leadership. Again, as you reiterated, that it is a team effort among everybody working together to keep everybody involved in things, which is highly successful and also doing well academically. So really appreciate your leadership, staff, community, parents, and obviously the students to working together to have a great schooling experience. And also kudos to our other schools in the district that give you great students as freshmen. So they build those skills up at Stephen Bell, BCI in the middle school. And it's truly a team effort. So again, appreciate everything you are doing in the entire district. Thank you.
We benefit from their hard work too, so appreciate it. Thank you.
Up next, we'd like to welcome Lori Smith, our transportation coordinator.
Thank you, and good evening, everyone. I'm going to take this opportunity first to say we are still looking for bus drivers. No experience required. We'll get you trained up and get you licensed. So come on down and see me.
There's cards by the table.
Oh, there's cards by the table. So, yeah. I'm here today or this evening to provide you a outlook for the next school year. So let's just jump right in. These are some of the current issues that we are facing with transportation this year. Going to the 3-tier system has definitely improved the traffic here on Upper Bell. It's done a great job with getting kids through parent pickup lines, getting buses in and out smoothly. So the 3-tier is working, but with everything new, there's an opportunity to tweak and refine and learn. And so this year's been a lot of learning for me. I'd like to go ahead and just refer you to this page real quick, talking about those issues. Everything in red is bad. Everything in red is not making it. So that is, that's where we've done our biggest learning this year. Just to quickly talk about it, the schools went to a 3-tier system, but our drivers stayed on a 2-tier system. So we're currently using 22 and a half drivers. The half is a driver that only drives in the afternoon to help us get kids home. But we're currently using 22 and a half drivers to accomplish 23 routes to get all of our students home. As you'll see in the next slides, there's a better way to do this. There's a more efficient way to do it with our current issues that we have in front of us.
Lori, can you just define what you mean by tier?
Tier, absolutely.
What does that mean?
Absolutely. So the school buildings have gone to middle school being the first tier, and then in the middle tier is our high school and Stephen Bell buildings that load and unload at that same tier, and then our 3rd tier is BCI. Our drivers, however, are doing, like they'll do middle school, high school, or they'll do middle school Stephen Bell. Then some of our drivers will do Stephen Bell and BCI. Some of the drivers are doing middle school and BCI, so they're only driving 2 of the 3 legs to get our students to and from school. Does that help?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. So again, with this paper where everything is red means bad, there's 11 routes on here that are not making it in time for their dismissal to the next building. So when you don't make it from your first building to your second building, you're going to be late to the second building, and that just starts to back things up. It keeps staff over in the building until the building has been cleared. So in studying this all year, there's got to be a different solution, and that's what I'm here to talk to you about.
When you say not making it always, or half the time,
Yeah.
or
Never,
never?
never. Yeah. We start out really strong, and I'll get into it here and explain it a little bit more. Let me get through. To compound the issue, we're currently using 6 contracted drivers from First Student. We want to move away from that completely for next year. So out of my 22 and a half drivers, 6 of them were not coming back. Additionally, I've got 2 drivers that are not returning. One is moving to Japan. That's very sad for us, but her husband is being permanent change of station, I believe she said it was. So there's 2 more. So I'm down to 14.5 drivers. Now, while I'm actively recruiting, again, come see me, no experience necessary, we've got to utilize the current staff, the current resources that we have available to us. So to no further ado, let's get into why these things aren't working. As you can see here, this is our current school times. So the middle school starts at 7:30. We are dropping off right up until about 7:25 as far as getting kids on that first tier to school. From there, all the buses come in, and the neighborhood buses bring in their Greene County Career Center students. Greene County Career Center starts at 7:45. So that gives us 20 minutes or less to get those students, once all the buses have delivered their Career Center students to the middle school, they get on one bus and head out to Greene County. They're really the sticky wicket here because they've moved their times up. So there's where our problems start.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
They've moved them up further next year than they are even this year?
No, they moved them this year.
They moved them this year.
Yeah,
Okay.
thankfully they're gonna keep them for next year, so we know what we're up against.
And you mentioned you have 20 minutes to get them to the career center. That seems really tight.
It is.
Does that happen?
No.
That seems really tight.
It is very tight. It is
Yeah.
very tight. Unfortunately, it is what it is this year. So, yeah. So we are often calling out to the building and saying, I'm so sorry, the bus is running late. Please don't mark those students tardy. But, it becomes an issue where day after day after day, these kids feel like they're running to their lockers and then onto their first period class, or if we're really late that day, they're coming in after class has already started, and that's not fair to them either.
And you said it's daily?
Yeah. So, in the afternoon, let's then just talk about this first tier. In the afternoon, the middle school dismisses at 2:30. The Greene County Career Center dismisses at 2:11. Now, they have their building cleared by 2:18. So that's pretty impressive. I mean, they've got 7 minutes to get those kids and get that building cleared. So they've got that down to a science. But unfortunately, from 2:18 to 2:30, not very long to get back from the Career Center and get to the middle school so those students can then get on their neighborhood bus to go home. So we're leaving the middle school at about 2:40, 2:45. Then my bus drivers go to either Stephen Bell or the high school. If we're going to Stephen Bell, that's 15 minutes to deliver their students home and get to Stephen Bell. If they drive the high school next, they've got 35 minutes approximately, depending on when we leave the middle school, to deliver and get home. We are making that for the most part. I've got 2 buses at Stephen Bell that never make it on time. They just, from the beginning of the day or the year, we've never made it. I've got 2 buses at the high school that are real close, but the high school's great. They take about 7 minutes to clear this building also, which is also very impressive. So, but we are gonna try to make this better. From the high school, we've got, by the time we load and leave at 3:21, we've got 19 minutes to get those students home before we have to be at BCI. Now, currently, I'm not using any high school drivers to go to BCI next because 19 minutes is just not fathomable. From Stephen Bell, they dismiss at 2:55, and We don't leave there till about 3:05. Like I said, I've got those 2 buses that are late every single day. And what's happening is that Mrs. Keaton has to hold staff over to watch those kiddos until those 2 buses come so that they can then have an all clear of the building and we can proceed on. Being late there translates to being late at BCI. So with BCI, again, we have 35 minutes, but when we're running late to Stephen Bell, we're then running late to BCI. So as you can see, this just continues to snowball as the afternoon gets worse. And as you can imagine, it gets very frustrating, I'm sure, for every member of the community, including our drivers, our building staff. And so my goal here tonight is to make this a little bit better. Moving into a 3-tier system does require some changes. So we're looking at moving the building time up for the middle school by 10 minutes and the high school by 10 minutes. The benefit to this is going to be I can use my 14.5, which I hope to be at 17 by the end of the summer because of training and recruiting, using all 17 drivers across all the tiers. So I'll have 17 routes for the middle school. I'll have 9 for Stephen Bell, 8 for the high school, and 17 for BCI. I'm sorry. What that allows us to do is make those routes shorter. So by putting more routes on the road, my route times become less. So right now, our route times are averaging about 40 minutes a route. I can get it down to 30 or less in most cases by putting more buses on the road across all tiers. So the 10 minutes becomes a little bit less painful for parents because their bus time is not going to change as far as their morning time to get on the bus. You're not going to see a difference with that because 40 minutes, that's now 28 minutes. Well, we're not changing our get up time or load time. Our bus stop time is not going to change by much, if at all, in some cases. What the only kind of other, as you can see here, we're going to hopefully make these, we're going to start, our drivers will start, of course, a little bit, all of our drivers will start a little earlier, but that's okay, we're used to it. We're hopefully going to be able then to anchor, meaning we'll have all kids delivered to the middle school by 7:10 in the morning, which then gives us much more time to get to the Greene County Career Center so those students aren't late every day. And then in the afternoon, we're accounting for additional load time. So if we're leaving the middle school at 2:20, we're going to be able to load and leave the lot by 2:30. The benefit to that also is we're going to move the Career Center to match with the high school. So those children will be riding with their peers because currently they're riding in on the middle school. They're riding in and home on the middle school. So this will put all of the students from their building with their peers on a bus together with every building level. It will shorten their ride time and it will allow us to leave on time.
We're not mixing Stephen Bell and high school kids on the same bus.
No.
They're the same
9 Stephen Bell, 8 high school. And we're putting the Greene County Career Center high school students with the high school buses.
In the afternoon.
In the afternoon. Yes, in the afternoon. In the morning, they're still going to come in with middle school, but in the afternoon, they'll be with high school. So it's better. It's not perfect, but it's better. It's better. This just kind of gives you an idea of where we're at with moving these times. We'll have 35 minutes to bring home all of the middle school students. We'll still be a little rushed for Stephen Bell, but we're going to hopefully refine that and make that a little bit better. We'll have 25 minutes to deliver students home from Stephen Bell. From the high school, we'll have 28 minutes, so that gets us, these routes are going to come in right at those times. And then BCI, we're estimating 35 minutes to deliver the entire BCI building home. So kids will be spending less time on buses. So let's talk buses. We are currently running 23 of our 25 typical buses every day. So that leaves me 2 spares. And we're running 4 of our 6 special needs buses daily. So again, 2 spares. With special needs, that's okay. They only do student transport. They very rarely go on a field trip. We're okay. With our typical buses, not only does it just leave me 2 spares, it also only gives me 2 buses for early out field trips for the middle school and the high school. This has become very problematic because, as Mr. Hand shared with us, our high schoolers are involved in everything, and every one of their trips leaves at 3:15. Well, the drivers are still en route at 3:15. By moving the building times, hopefully, and spreading our efforts across our resources across all buildings, we'll be able to shorten that route time, which makes our drivers more available for field trips. However, we then run into, we don't have enough buses. Additionally, 6 of our buses that we're running daily are 15 years old. They're showing their wear. And our mechanics do a fantastic job. We just sent 15 buses through our annual state inspection, and every one of them passed with flying colors. Our mechanics are top notch. But age is age when it comes to mechanical items. The district is scheduled to purchase 4 buses in 2024. However, I will tell you that right now, there is a national back order for a bus that's ordered today. We are looking at 18 to 24 months for delivery. There's a national back order of 1.5 to 2 years. Yes, sir.
Sorry, I hope you don't mind asking a question.
No, not at all.
And this may be a question for Dr. Cozad. When you say the school is scheduled to purchase buses, does that mean budgeting for, allocating for, that's in the forecast already?
Next year, yes,
Yeah.
next fiscal year.
Okay, very good.
Correct.
It's not like a brand new cost, that's
No.
that's in the forecast.
Next fiscal year.
Very
Yes.
good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem. We also just recently found out that as of June 1st, the buses are going up $20,000 per unit. Yeah. So it's not expensive. It is very expensive. It's not cheap to be in transportation. We were contacted by our regular vendor. They have 4 buses that they have been able to tuck away for us that they're willing to sell to us for the current purchase price right now. Purchasing these 4 buses will bring our average fleet age down to 12. Our oldest bus on the road will be 12 years of age. So it's going to improve what we have on the road. And it's actually going to be better than that because we're going to take those older buses and we're going to turn them into sub buses. And then we also then have some fleet that will swap out that we will be able to set aside some good field trip buses as well. And last, purchasing these 4 buses will save the district $80,000 for next year. I mean, that's not chump change.
What is the cost for per bus?
Right
Do I
now,
wanna know?
do you want to know? Right now, it's about just under 110,000. So, and they're going up to somewhere between 128 to 130. So, yeah. So, in conclusion, the benefits to both of these suggested things are shorter routes mean less time for the students on the bus. This plan utilizes the current staff that we have. Like I said, we're at 14.5, but I've got a couple of leads out there. I'm hoping to get that number up to 17.5 with the possibility of bringing it up to a staff of 20 drivers. That is the goal. But it still puts it in a reasonable realm of utilizing the current staff that we have available to us and the current resources. And then increasing the fleet does reduce the average age of the buses on the road while allowing for extra subs and for those early out field trip buses that we so desperately need to support our kids in their extracurriculars. Questions?
How did you figure out this solution for the scheduling? Was it you with your huge brain, or was it a team, or
No, it's
outside inputs, or?
Yeah, so a couple of things have happened just in the last couple of months. One, I have been using Bev Wetzel as a mentor. She has been fantastic. She is down there helping me all the time. We also had a team of efficiency experts from the routing software look at this year's and say, that's not going to work. And they concurred with what Bev and I came up with, which was if we can maximize the number of drivers we have across all 3 tiers, we can shorten the route and get to the school on time. So I use resources.
Good.
Do you feel like the drivers are on board with the 3 routes?
They are absolutely on board. One of the bullet points that I did not mention, and maybe I can go back, is a lot of the districts around us. So our current contract for most of our drivers is at 4 hours. A lot of the districts around us their contracts are sitting closer to 5 hours. So by bringing us across 3 tiers, it is going to raise our contracts between 4.5 and 5.5 at my longest. This makes us competitive to our peer districts, which then also makes us competitive to drivers who are looking to start this journey. I had a gentleman today call me and say, hey, tell me a little bit about your district, because I've already talked to Beaver Creek. So this will give me the edge over some of these other districts around us to say, oh, wait, but here we go. You know, we can offer you more hours a day.
What was I going to say? Stand by.
Okay.
Okay, you may have already said it, but how many drivers do you need to be able to do this? Obviously, you're going down to 14 and a half, I think you said.
The minimum is 17.
Okay.
The minimum I need is 17. I would ideally like to have 20. So that's 6 that would give me even more opportunity to stretch that and shorten those route times and make us even more efficient.
Just to add a few comments, Smith has done a great job this year. She's new in the middle of the year here, so huge learning curve, and really, she was the transportation secretary, so saw things from that perspective and has a lot of knowledge before even getting this position. The other piece that she has, because she doesn't want to toot her own horn, and her staff there also, but her and her staff, including the secretaries and then also the mechanics, they're out doing routes also. I mean, almost on a daily basis. Because we don't have enough drivers, so they're out doing routes, and they aren't able to do all those other things around the office that needs to be done. And so then that just adds a bigger burden to them because they're out driving because of those shortages. So
yeah. I've actually been on a bus almost, except for this week, I was on a bus every day since the week before spring break. And my staff, I've got Ms. Bo here who's been doing this for 50 years. She's been on a bus every day this week. I was on a bus today. So it gets really bad when Doug has to come down and be my secretary because I've got all of us and my mechanics on the bus driving, taking our kids home.
And I try not to mess anything up that they're doing.
You did a great job.
Thank you.
You did a great job.
But Carter, again, I don't think anybody necessarily wants to move the times forward. However, this is the first year that we've done a 3-tier system. We added routes and transportation this year, and so we have less drivers, the driver shortage, and we want to also keep the traffic at a minimum out in front of our buildings and making sure all of those buildings are at different times to reduce that traffic, because in the past that has also been a complaint or a concern from folks, is there's too much traffic going on. And then I know board members have this, but the sheet here where the red is that folks or the buses aren't making where they need to be, and a lot of that is in the afternoon. So
yes.
the shift really is more so in the afternoon. It's for the Career Center students in the morning.
Yes.
But it's also in the afternoon that there's just not enough time. As we put together times for this school year last spring, that's the first time we had done 3 tiers, and we live and learn and try to do our best. But also, we are just getting less and less drivers, and so trying to utilize our drivers even more, and so trying to get more out of them hour-wise.
Yes.
And so, those are just a lot of the parameters that you start putting in place, and it's a huge puzzle to put that all together. You move one little thing and something else doesn't work. So working very well with your staff, with Mrs. Wetzel, who's our former transportation director of utilizing those resources, of just trying to put it all together. Again, I think we'll, like you had said, the times are going to be shorter or the same on the buses, especially at the middle school. And so just better utilizing our own staff, being more efficient with our own staff, and hopefully we can keep these times for a while and not shifting times also.
That's the goal.
Yes.
That's the goal, is just to tweak and hopefully keep it where it's at for the next, many, many, many years. The other part that I didn't mention is this is a very unique district, and I have learned a lot just in the last several months. But there is no way to send a bus across a cornfield to shorten a route. So we have two very significant country areas where you're driving, way out of the way to get a kid dropped door side, which is the safest, especially on some of these roads where the speed limit's a little bit higher and people aren't always driving the recommended speed limit. So taking safety into account, we're gonna make that big loop, but if we only have to make that loop once, that would be best. So, yeah. If they figure out how to still farm and put a lane in for my bus, that would be great.
And I think I'm so appreciative that, I don't like earlier start times. Just as a teacher, they're not ideal for, especially the two groups we're having to move.
Yeah.
But I got to talk to you a lot at the festival, and I know that you've had multiple eyes on this. This was an absolute last resort.
Yes.
And I just want to say thank you to your drivers and you, because when I watch Fairborn's Facebook newsfeed, every day they're canceling 4 and 5 routes, and those kids just don't go to school.
Yeah.
So thank you for keeping our kids in the district and the buildings. I really appreciate it.
That is my goal every day.
So
That's my
thank
goal
you.
every day.
Also wanted to say, thank you so much for taking a very complex scenario and being able to explain it to us so that make it understandable for people to grasp. So yeah, thank you very much for that.
No problem. No problem.
I thought Mr. Ham was gonna win the award for most complex and overwhelming presentation.
You are all
Thank you,
welcome to
Captain.
come down and see me and watch the magic on any day, because it's a lot of moving parts always. So.
I think I mentioned this at previous meetings, but I visited Lori's office 3 months ago, I don't know. I was curious about the frequency and the response of what happens when we have a vehicle that runs past the school bus. And so I was just kind of curious about what we're doing with respect to like cameras and such to document that. So with Dr. Cozad, I went down there, and Lori had quite a show to not just talk about it in broad terms. She actually brought out the real cameras that are in the buses, the process by which she has to go and retract video off of those. So she showed me some actual video of people running our own school buses, not something off YouTube. And she was extremely well prepared, and I came out of that a whole lot more understanding and appreciative of somewhat of a problem. And I think it averages, as I recall, about once a week you're having this happen. Some of them are repeat offenders, I think. Is that some of them we haven't been able to catch that are repeat offenders, right? And so, we are all probably aware of the tragedy that happened over in Indiana with the rural area and 3 siblings that were killed with somebody running past the school bus. So I would like for you to potentially come back in May and talk to us about what camera options might exist out there, the benefits of that.
Absolutely.
Obviously, there's a cost,
Yes.
but if we can contrast that with the benefits, one of which I think is that as with today's system, we have a driver that has to manually try to capture all that information. Their most important priority is making sure that kid is safe.
Yeah.
And then once that's assured, then they're trying to grab a license plate number and put a mark point on the video.
Yep.
And then, after that's said and done, if that particular driver chooses to contest it, that driver then gets pulled off the route that has to go to court, if I remember correctly what you said.
Yes.
This one system that is potentially available, in fact, it is available and potentially something we could consider, would alleviate the necessity of those drivers having to go in to court, because it's a certified, substantiated system. And so I'd like to learn more about that. You can come and talk to us and give us an insight into the overall age of our current system and how much longer we expect it to keep going. and how we would retrofit, but also with the new buses that are coming on board. I really appreciate an update on that. So,
Absolutely.
like, at least me personally would like to invite you back, and we'll coordinate that with Dr. Kozad and the rest of the board here, and go from there.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I just kind of had one final question. It's such good information in here. And in case community has questions, sorry, not for you. You're good, thank you. Or because it's definitely not for me. In case the community has questions or wants to get a hold of some of this information, if it can help them, can we make this available somehow? Whether it's just the data and kind of the challenges and the proposed solution. And of course, in the interim, I'm sure if anybody wants to email and ask for a copy, we can make that happen. But this is such great information. It's presented so well. I think it'd be really helpful for everybody to have access to it. So thank you very much. Next, Ms. Gann, thank you very much for being here. You're Director of Curriculum and Gifted Services.
Thank you so much for having me. We've been waiting a long time to present to you the proposal for science materials. I want to start out by sharing the need for science materials. The reason why I said it's been a long time is because we started this search prior to COVID, way back when. So I'll just hit the highlights on that. I know I shared a lot at a PTO meeting a while back, so I'm going to cut that down quite a bit for you tonight because most of you know what that journey's been like, and you've heard me talk a lot about that. So obviously we have a need for aligned curriculum to our standards, which were revised in 2019. We also have an obligation to provide a guaranteed curriculum to our students, K-12, so that we know that teachers have time-saving materials at the ready in their classrooms so that they do not have to create everything themselves. And in 2019, a lot of science teachers got together with the help of different staff developers that were experts in that area, former science teachers. And in keeping with the strategic plan action step, they developed some strategic action steps around developing a philosophy in the area of science. So that was their philosophy for science. And I won't read everything to you here on the slideshow. That work began quite a long time ago, so I'm glad to be here tonight. So to hit the highlights on what that adoption review cycle looked like in 2019-20 was pre-COVID, and then we ended up here spring of 22. We started talking again when we received the ESSER funds, so we finally received some funding to go ahead with that. After COVID, prior to that, failed levies and those kinds of things really slowed down the work. So in those conversations with teachers, the building level needs emerged that high school would continue with traditional textbook kinds of decisions, some online, and then classroom sets. And then middle school would continue with open source e-textbooks that they've been using for a number of years. They just keep those current. And then Bell Creek really didn't have anything. So lots of teacher created materials and really old materials were being used there. So they really needed something consistent for grades 3, 4, 5. And there's a big need there to focus on the literacy skills, writing about science and those kinds of things, connecting English language arts to those science standards. And at Stephen Bell, that group really wanted to continue using Generation Genius, which is an online subscription, lots of engaging videos, online assessment, and those kinds of things. So we started to receive samples fall of 22, so this school year. And then we requested a pilot at Bell Creek, but vendors are now charging us a lot of money for pilots. So we shifted gears and just went with what they call sandbox accounts to access online curriculum and review that through a sample account. So That's what we did at Bell Creek, and then the high school continued to review as subject area teams. So physics teachers looked at physics books, biology teachers looked at biology books, physical science, you get the idea. And then we set up the vendor materials, all of the publisher materials at the board office in February for a week, and some handouts, some things like that. And then in March, the preferred materials were available at the middle school for public review. And many of you attended that, and we had a presentation there to the PTO. Many parents were there for that as well. And then that brings us to this evening, the proposal to adopt the selections that are on your one-page document, addendum to your packet. And I've screenshotted that here just for transparency in the presentation. I already mentioned Generation Genius at Stephen Bell. At Bell Creek, the publisher is Savvas, S-A-V-V-A-S, Interactive Science. That's the primary resource. That is, that entire textbook series is online, but you get consumable workbooks, so the kids do have those each year. This is a 6-year cycle. All of these adoptions, that is our goal, to get on a 6-year cycle. So those workbooks are consumable, so the kids have their own. So there's a combination of writing in the workbook and then some online activities and online access. Then we also get access to a product called Elevate, and that is aligned to national science standards, and that's a supplement that's provided free for teachers, so they can access online the lessons available through Elevate. The middle school will continue with CK12. Oops. And then at the high school, those are broken down by subject area, by textbook, publisher, and the ISBN numbers. So the courses are listed, so physical science. So I'm going in order, like physical science or biology is the required 9th grade, possibly 10th grade course, and then chemistry, physics, and so on into your electives. So those are all the courses that we're asking for approval for textbook adoption for a 6-year cycle. Earth and the Environment, AP Chemistry, AP Environmental Science, and AP Physics C. Now, cut that way down. I could talk about curriculum all night. If you attended the PTO meeting, I'm sorry, because it went on and on forever.
It was very well done.
It was thorough, but thank you very much for the compliment. So I'm sure you'd rather talk about other exciting topics. This is exciting to me. The teachers have waited a long time. We're excited to finally get on a 6-year cycle with our subject areas and get some new materials in the hands of teachers and students and really modernize what we're offering so that to line up with what Dave Han explained, offering that world-class education with the instructional practice that our teachers bring to the table. We need to make sure we're keeping up with those world-class materials. Do you have any questions? All right, thank you for your consideration.
Thanks again for all your time and effort, Ms.
Thank you.
Up next, we're going to move into board committee reports. I go first. I'm going to be really short and sweet on number 1 here is the OSBA legislative liaison. And that's because we actually spent quite a bit of time, a couple meetings just a few weeks ago, really talking about new stuff. To my knowledge, there's not been a lot of movement on things. So if anybody's curious, I'd be happy to point you to those meetings. where we talked in depth about several bills that may affect us here in the future. So let's move on to BSCF and Financial Advisory Committee by Mrs. Dorn.
All right, I'll start with the Financial Advisory Committee has not met since we last spoke. I think we're due for a meeting sometime late May or June-ish. For BSCF, we met a couple weeks ago now. Exciting things happening there in that we were able to approve 5 teacher grants for some really innovative classroom materials and support materials for our teachers. For those who might have been excited about the color run coming up, the color run is being postponed so that we can, I guess, make it better. And we're looking at alternate dates, potentially late summer, potentially kickoff to the school year, potentially even in conjunction with the Lions Club Festival, TBD. But if you had that date on your calendar, stay tuned for the revised date. Our next meeting is Friday, June 9th at 8:30 in the morning. That's it for me.
Thank you very much. Questions? Up next, Safety Committee, Mr. Price.
Well, as it turns out, our safety, twice yearly safety meeting is tomorrow morning at 8:30. So I'll give you an update at the next meeting.
Sounds good, thank you. Last, our Business Advisory Committee, that's me again. A couple things to highlight. They really always have cool stuff going on. You may have heard me talk a few meetings back. I'm not sure one of the updates. I mentioned a program called virtualjobshadow.com. That's really fantastic, just in what they're trying to do. It's interactive videos where a student, somebody who's interested in me, like, hey, what would this career look like? What would this profession look like? What would this job look like? Kind of virtually shadow for a day and really see what a day looks like and see if they have interest in pursuing that further. Really, I'm here to report that exactly 1,161 Greene County students are enrolled in that. So it's a new program that's really successful. Check it out if you're interested. Another really good program that kind of just came to its conclusion, and I think I introed it a few months back also, is a program called Disconnect to Connect. It's a 6-part series that was in consultation with Greene County Public Health, the libraries, a couple other different entities, really kind of trying to educate something that I know we're all guilty of. I'm guilty of addiction to tech. And that coincided with, there was a National Unplug Day, which was on March 3rd. So again, some resources you can Google and find if you want, but talking about the importance of having our children and our students have a healthy relationship with technology. Adults too. I think that's really all I have to report. Other questions or comments, board committee reports? Okay, moving on in our agenda, this might be a good time, Mrs. Dorn, you wanted a few minutes?
I think Mr. Carrera is for it.
And
So,
Mr.
Is
Career.
that right?
yeah,
Honestly, I
I think now would be a
Mr.
good
Curtis,
time.
he might benefit.
I would prefer to go now if it's possible. Am I okay to go now?
No, this is.
Okay.
Okay, hopefully this might be helpful to you. All right, so as I said, I'd like to tell you, most of you are here. I know there are a few regulars in the crowd, but most of you are here for one reason. So I'd like to take a moment to share some rationale behind and maybe some backstory to help us understand this board policy. So the reason maybe I'm best suited to speak on this is that informally now for about 1.5 years, 2 years almost, I have been the board member that joins Dr. Kozad, meets with our policy contractor, kind of goes through options for what definitely needs to be updated, what is suggested to be updated, or also talks to that rep about what this board might want to update. At that point, it turns into something usually not this big, but we printed out a pack of proposed revisions most of which are usually driven by entities that are not us, right? Everything changes at the federal level, at the state level, in the world. Sometimes even one in here is just new tech. Hey, we need to update our tobacco policy because now everything's about vaping, right? So we need to update our policies regularly. Board members get to see that at a board meeting. They're presented with this at a board meeting for what we call a first read. They take them home, they can do the first read. Tonight is what would be the second read. So really the first time that the board gets to really debate these policies is tonight. So I'm gonna give you some rationale, and some of this, most board members know most rationale for most of the changes, but some of this might even be new information or clarifying information for my fellow board members. All right, moving on. In that process, I've learned a lot, that process of updating board policy. Part of which is that I would call policies that the board has kind of generally fall into two buckets, right? There are policies that are largely either self-written with templates and support from that contractor, but they are what we, Bellbrook, says about what happens in our schools, and they differ from district to district pretty significantly. Things like our dress code, things like our student recognition policy, like how we, Bellbrook, calculate class rank. They're things that we get to decide for ourselves. That's one bucket. There's another bucket that are kind of either things that we have to have in policy, or they are largely dictated by, they generally mirror or are even required by other legislative bodies, be that federal, state legislative bodies that we have to have in policy. And sometimes we are just summarizing what they say for the ease of use of our administrators, faculty, because they aren't lawyers and cannot constantly go back to the original text of laws that are being changed and revised all the time. So there are two, and there are some hybrid policies, but generally if you are reading our board policy, which lots of you have, you can tell the difference. Rule of thumb is if you look at the bottom of a policy, you can kind of see how many laws are being cited at the bottom of that policy. So lots of you are here concerned about board policy 5517. 5517 cites 9 different laws, executive orders, statutes, references that are not us in that policy. All right. So I felt like that was hopefully helpful. All right. Regarding the removing of the parenthetical references of sexual orientation and gender identity from that policy. All right. First of all, I want to read the sentence in question in its entirety so that we're all talking about the same thing. All right. The question, or the policy as it currently reads says, and excuse me for just reading, but
Which one is that?
this is 5517. And there are others that generally mirror this, but this one refers to students and was pretty much the one that was most questions and referenced in emails we received prior to tonight. All right. The policy as it reads as it reads now says the board will vigorously enforce its prohibition against discriminatory harassment based on race, color, national origin, sex, including sexual orientation and gender identity, disability, age, except as authorized by law, religion, ancestry, or genetic information, collectively protected classes that are protected by federal civil rights laws, hereinafter referred to as unlawful harassment, and encourage those within the school district community as well as third parties who feel aggrieved to seek assistance to rectify such problems. Now, I know most of you are here because of the change of that parenthetical about sexual orientation and gender identity. But I want to draw your attention to is the following words that say collectively protected classes that are protected by federal civil rights law hereinafter referred to as unlawful harassment. All right. So this, again, this is a policy, 5517 is a policy that is pretty much in its entirety, summarizing those 9 referenced laws, references. And we all know, we are all paying attention to the news, specifically regarding the definition of sex. And when I say sex, I mean sex male, female, not sex the act. Though that definition is hotly contested, highly debated, constantly evolving in all different venues all around our country, right? So at the federal level, within the courts, then at each state, and then thereafter, right? It's whether it's in law, whether it's in executive orders that expire, they get overturned by subsequent administrations, they are battled in court, those court rulings get appealed, injunctions happen. So basically where we stand right now for us as Bellbrook in Ohio as an educational institution, I want to get this right. There's no state or federal anti-discrimination statute that expressly covers these 2 categories. Now, to the extent that sexual orientation and gender identity have been considered protected classifications, which sometimes they are by the courts, it's very situationally dependent. It's not all the time. It's one-offs and case-by-case basis, all right? So because of that, in our current version, our board policy, I find, is overly broad and in generality, and it doesn't properly summarize the law as it applies to our district in all circumstances, all right? Break.
Shame on you.
Stick with me.
Let her speak, please.
All right, I get that this is frustrating. I really do.
Let her speak. We're gonna have public comment time in just a minute. Thank
In
you.
addition to winning rationale, many of you expressed worry regarding that this is going to somehow lead to mistreatment of our students or diminished safety. And I want to draw your attention to policy 5517.01. And that number matters. 5517.01 is Bellbrook School District's supplement to that policy. It is us saying, this is not enough, and this is what we said. This is what we say here. Now, if you look at 5517.01, there is one reference at the bottom, and it's basically a reference that says we have to tell you and we have to tell our students all about this policy. All right, it's what we say. So based on this policy, it is very clear that every student has the right to a safe, productive, nurturing environment. And I want to read to you from that policy. I will not read the whole thing, but I want to read to you from that policy because I think it really captures what we, Bellbrook School District, think about how our students should be treated in our schools. All right? 5517.01 in part says harassment, intimidation, or bullying toward a student, whether by other students, staff, or third parties, is strictly prohibited and will not be tolerated. This prohibition includes physical, verbal, and psychological abuse and violence within a dating relationship. The board will not tolerate any gestures, comments, threats, or actions which cause or threaten to cause bodily harm or personal degradation. This policy applies to all activities in the school district, including activities on school property, on a school bus, while en route to or from school, and those occurring off school property if the student or employee is at a school-sponsored or school-approved, school-related activity or function, like a field trip, athletic event, where students are under the school's control, in a school vehicle or where an employee is engaged in school business. And this isn't just like lip service. That is one paragraph out of what, when printed, is a 4 and some change page policy that goes on to talk about, if you witness this, this is what you do. If you experience this, this is how you report it. If this is reported to you, an administrator, this is how you handle it. This is not a lip service policy. This is a meat policy that our administrators and our faculty use all the time, and it is what Bellbrook Schools thinks. I understand the concern regarding the previous one, and that is what other governing bodies think. 5517.01 is what we here think. Now, I'll conclude, but I get that this is an emotionally charged issue, and I'm honestly really happy you are all here, because I think it shows people who are marginalized or feel different or singled out in any way, whether it's because they're part of this community that we're talking about or any other group, that, you know what, we're Bellbrook and we've got your back and we are all family, right? So I'm gonna close by saying that I want to very firmly assert that all of our students have the right to a great education in a safe school, in a respectful environment that treats them fairly, encourages them to reach their full potential. Whether or not changes are made to these policies tonight, protections that are available under the law today will still be available under the law tomorrow. What was wrong today in our schools will still be wrong tomorrow and will be treated as such. And the environment that our students will meet tomorrow is the same as what they met today. All right. Wrong is still wrong. Harassment, bullying, intimidation are still wrong. And for any parent, student, faculty member who feels like any of these changes is going to change the relationship between our faculty and students, for example, these changes do not change that relationship. Wrong today is wrong tomorrow. All right, hopefully that provides context.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that context. Okay, up next on our agenda, we would like to welcome Mr. Mark Carrera, who's the president of the Sugar Creek Education Association.
It's too much. I really appreciate it. Usually I don't talk in front of students. Usually it's just a handful of people here. But first off, just to clarify why we're able to speak, because we have so many people here that maybe are voters in the community. We are able to speak because in 2019, when we were failing levies, the district came to us and asked us to take a 1% pay cut and a pay freeze, and we agreed to do that. In exchange for that, we get to get up here and talk at every meeting. And so we take advantage of that. The money would have been nice. But and now that it's fallen upon me to get up here almost every time, although I do appreciate you. That's how it is. So, first off, thank you for that clarification, but I still think that many people in the room are wondering why that particular portion was crossed out. I just heard that in terms of that. And I would say that in addition to that, greater transparency probably leads you to not have to make it. I've been going to every meeting and I wasn't really sure what was happening with that. It took someone requesting a record to expose this. So that's unfortunate. I don't think that does anything but divide our community. You know what? I say this all the time. I've often felt blessed to wind up here. This was not my choice. It actually just fell into my lap, and I think Bellbrook is a fantastic place. I feel that actions that have been taken over the last few years have divided this community more than united it. And I would like to work together to work towards a better relationship with everyone, not just with the SEA and the school board, which is what we've tried to do recently. So, real quick, one thing that I wanted to talk about in relation to what we've discussed so far is when I was working towards my bachelor's degree many years ago. By the way, this is my 24th year here at Bellbrook. So many years ago, I was in a class that had elementary and secondary teachers in this. And in this room, they asked us, what matters more to you? Why are you doing this? Is it for students or for the content? And by and large, not 100%, but by and large, the elementary students were all about the students. The elementary teachers, rather, were all about the students. And the secondary were all about the content. And I myself still feel that way. I mean, if you ask any of my students, I'm always telling them that, contrary to the representative for Greene County, I'm telling people not everybody has to be an engineer. I'm telling them that social studies have some value. So I'm always talking about AP government, sociology, and American history. And I will tell you that over the 24 years, it's about the students. Tomorrow I'm missing my first day this year. I come in every day, not because of my content, I come in every day because of the students. And I had many students and staff approach me this week about this issue. Many of them were upset. And I just felt like that was unfair. It made me very uncomfortable and borderline emotional here because I do care about this community and I care about these children so much. The decisions that you make have impacts beyond just up on this board and talking like once or a month. We are constantly discussing the decisions that have been made by the board over the last 2 or 3 years in classes, amongst teachers. Those things have not gone away. Like, we're still discussing those things. And I do think that's something that, it would be nice, although I fear maybe I shouldn't say this, but it would be nice if I felt we were more focused on education. But then I'm also fearful of that because when you start focusing on education, I'm not sure the decisions that'll be made and if we'll agree with them. Not that we have to, you guys get to make the decisions. But as far as this goes, the last thing I'm going to do, I'm just going to take a couple minutes here, and this is out of my element, so I apologize, but I am going to read a section out of a kid's book. And unfortunately, I only have it on my phone, so this is not ideal, all right? But the title of the book is called All Are Welcome, all right? And it's by Alexander Penfold and Suzanne Kaufman. And I have to go with what's going here in order to read this, so I apologize, because it's not going to go super fast, all right? So let's see here. It's starting here. Give me a couple seconds. All right, I'm not going to show you the pictures either. So it says here, pencils sharpened in their case, bells are ringing, let's make haste. School's beginning, dreams to chase, all are welcome here. No matter how you start your day, what you wear when you play, or if you come from far away, all are welcome here. In our classroom, safe and sound, fears are lost and hope is found. Raise your hand, we'll go around. All are welcome here. Gather now, let's all take part. We'll play music, we'll make art. Sorry, it's a video. We'll share stories from the heart. All are welcome here. Time for lunch, what a spread. A dozen different kinds of bread. Pass it around till everyone's fed. All are welcome here. Open doors, rush outside. We will swing, we will slide. We'll have fun side by side. All are welcome here. We're part of a community. Our strength is our diversity. A shelter from adversity. All are welcome here. We will learn from each other. Special talents we'll uncover. There's a big world to discover. All are welcome here. Sorry, I don't know how much longer it is. And that's beautiful art if you ever get a chance. So much to learn, so much to do, and when the busy day is through, you can't wait to come back, start anew. All are welcome here. You know, one thing about this school district, oh, it does have one more part. Head for home to get some rest and greet tomorrow ready and fresh. Sorry. Our time together is the best. You guys probably know better than I do. All are welcome here. You know, the fact of the matter is that I have a hard time with it. You know, I went to Catholic school. I don't think I knew what homosexuality was until Rock Hudson was diagnosed with AIDS. But you know what? Times change, and it is difficult. You can't turn back the clock. And many of these young people in this room are fantastic people. And many of our staff members care very much about them. And I know in my heart that, like, regardless of what goes on here, the staff and the administration of this district will make sure that all of our students feel welcome here.
I think there's several pages over there.
Yeah. Okay. We're considering, let me know if there's any objections at the table, because it'll just take 2 minutes to do our consent agenda, which is 6A and 6B. It'll literally take 2 minutes, and we can just knock that out real quick. Okay, would you like to, any objection at the table?
And include the hand carry.
Includes the hand
Includes the hand carry.
Correct.
Dr. Kozad, can you please walk us through our consent agenda for tonight?
No names on the list.
Oh, that's not funny.
Just kidding.
So new business, certificated license, employment resignation, leave of absence, supplemental duty, and then support staff employment resignation, leave of absence. And then also the hand carry with 6A1.
Do I have a motion to accept the consent agenda for tonight? I heard
Second.
Mrs. Dorn and then Mrs. Anderson. Questions, comments?
We just have some new staff to welcome as soon as they are approved. We will welcome in just a second.
Mr. Carpenter, will you please call the roll?
Mr. Kinsey,
Yes.
Mr. Price,
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Carpenter is a yes, Mrs. Dorn.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, Mrs. Keaton, would you like to introduce your new folks? And then we'll do this, Bill.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Ginger Keaton, and I am the principal at Stephenville Elementary. We are grades K, 1, and 2, and I am very proud tonight to introduce to you our new librarian, Jessica Wheeler. Jessica comes to us from substituting in the next door district in Beaver Creek, and she was highly recommended from a few of the principals in Beaver Creek, and I know that they would have loved to have hired her. They didn't have an opening, and we do. So we are very fortunate to have Jessica join us. And then may I continue?
Yes.
Marvin?
Please.
And so as our enrollment is increasing in the 5-day program in kindergarten, we are very lucky that our Board of Education has granted us the opportunity to add another kindergarten teacher. So we are delighted that Stephanie Caro has accepted that position in kindergarten. And Stephanie is a local graduate of Oakwood down the road, and we won't hold that against her. But Stephanie has been with us for the last 2 years in our district. She was a long-term substitute at Bell Creek Intermediate under the guidance of Mr. Phelps. And then she's been with us the last year as our digital literacy teacher at Stephen Bell. So we're delighted that she is now going to be a permanent teacher with us in kindergarten. And then because our enrollment is increasing, we are adding a part-time teacher in our every other day program. So just for gold for right now, and then if our enrollment increases even more, then we might need Madison Jansen for purple. So I'd like to introduce Madison. And the great thing about Madison is that she is our student teacher right now under the guidance of Julie Harris in first grade. And Madison is graduating from Wright State University this weekend. So I know that her mom is here tonight and delighted that she already has a job. And so how wonderful for us that Madison is homegrown. So we have been able to teach her everything that she needs to know under the roof at Stephen Bell. So thank you very much for approving all 3 of them tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Hill from the middle school.
Hi, I'm Jonah Hill. I'm currently the assistant principal at the middle school, and next year very excited to take on the role of head principal. So I also want to say thank you to the Board of Education, Dr. Kozak, for approving 2 new hires for us at the middle school. We are saying goodbye to 2 longtime intervention specialists who are retiring but have dedicated most of their career to us at the middle school, to Bellbrook. But we are thrilled to be welcoming 2 additions. So Danielle Schaff is coming to us. She has experience in Dayton Public School as an IS there, and then she also, the last couple years, has been working for Trumpet Behavior, which is a company that helps service the John Peterson Scholarship students. So we are thrilled to have her join us. And then our other one, Lindsay Kalp, is currently at Northeastern Schools in Springfield, working with students on IEPs, and her focus specifically is math. So she will be joining our 6th grade team. Both of these women just impressed us immensely in the interview. Their love and passion for students came through, and we are truly thrilled to be adding them to our team as 2 new intervention specialists at Bellbrook Middle School. So they have a lot of experience, and then Lindsay also has a military family background. That's how she ended up in Dayton. So brings a wide variety of experience there for us as well. So welcome and thank you both.
Welcome to all of our new staff. We had a lot of applicants, so you really rose to the top. So we welcome you to Bellbrook. So thank you.
Okay, next we're going to move into our open communication period. This is where your thoughts and comments are welcome. We look forward to hearing them. When you're given the floor, please share your name, your address, and any group affiliation you hold if relevant. You will then have 3 minutes for your comments, which should be directed towards the presiding officer, who tonight happens to be me. In case you're wondering, the reason for these policies, which can be read in their entirety on the district's website, and policy number 169.91, the reason for them is just to ensure that everyone who wishes to speak has time to do so, and that every speaker is treated equally and fairly. We also have a policy on the books that we limit public comment time to 15 minutes per topic. However, we're going to waive that tonight. We want to make sure that everybody who wants to speak absolutely will be heard. So I'm choosing to waive that portion of our policy so everybody gets a chance to speak. Kind of last thing I want to say, if it's okay, little bit of grace is that we've got a lot of people signed up. I may call for a recess sometime in the middle, just in case we're sitting too long and maybe people need to use the restroom or something. So if that happens, just please know it's done randomly or as I'm kind of looking around the room. So hopefully that'll be okay with everybody if we do that. But first, I would like to welcome Libby Durham. Welcome, Libby, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Libby Durham. I live on 112 Ryder Court in Bellbrook, Ohio. Today, I just kind of wanted to go over the new policy guideline. Or not, I'm sorry. I'm super nervous. Don't mind that.
Please relax.
So as a student at Bellbrook High School who feels inadequate to identify in the manner that she chooses due to bullying since I have moved here, I find that the topic of removing the line, including sexual orientation and gender identity, from Bellbrook's School Board Policy Manual very upsetting. I moved to Bellbrook School District in 2020 as a new 8th grade student. At the time, I was very open about my gender identity and sexual orientation. I identified as transgender and bisexual. The same year that I transferred here in 8th grade, I was homeschooled mostly due to the amount of bullying I not only witnessed, but had faced firsthand. Over the past 3 years at Bellbrook, I've changed dramatically. I've grown out of my hair, changed the way I dress, chosen different ways to do my makeup, and completely hindered my personality and who I associate myself with. All of this for what? I was diagnosed with several disorders by the time I got into high school. Not only was I being bullied for the way I looked, but I was being bullied for who I was. A website ending in ohio.us provides this information. Adolescents who are lesbian, gay, or bisexual are more than twice as likely as their heterosexual peers to be depressed and or think about or attempt suicide. The speech I'm giving and the links to each of the websites I mentioned may be presented to anybody who asks. StopBullying.gov states, results from 2019 Youth Risk Behavior Survey shows that nationwide, more U.S. high school students who self-identify as lesbian, gay, bisexual, or bisexual nationwide, more U.S. high school students, wait, I'm so sorry, don't mind me. Thank you. Report have been bullied on school property, which is 32%, or cyberbullied, which is 26.6%. In the past year by their straight peers, which is 17.1% and 14.1% respectively. While I cannot give you the statistics of Bellbrook High School in particular, I will provide you with the statistics of America and their schools. So another quote that I have from the site ending in ohio.gov is, when students in NMHA survey were asked about how they felt about the teasing or bullying of LGBT students, 78% disapproved and only 3% said that the behavior was fun. Once again, I have not only witnessed, but also faced bullying based upon gender identity and sexual orientation. Finally, in the National Survey of Teens, ages 12 to 17, commissioned by the National Mental Health Association, 78% of teens 78% of kids that were gay or were thought to be gay are bullied in their school communities. 93% hear other youth use derogatory words about sexual orientations at least once in a while 51% hear these words every day.
I'm so sorry. We're getting close to the end of time.
This concludes my speech.
Thank you. Up next is Ella Glover. Welcome. Thank you for being here. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Ella Glover. I live on 2056 Regent Park Drive. I'm a junior at Bellbrook High School. I come before you today with a heavy heart to express my deep concern and disagreement with the policy that excludes LGBTQ students from protection against harassment. As a member of this community, it is my responsibility to speak out against any form of discrimination or injustice that denies basic human rights and freedoms to anyone, regardless of their sexual orientation or gender identity. Our schools should be a safe and welcoming place for all students, regardless of their background or identity. Every student deserves to feel valued, respected, and supported by their school community. However, by excluding LGBTQ students from the anti-harassment policy, we are sending a message that their identity is not worthy of recognition or respect. This is unacceptable. And it goes against the values of inclusivity, diversity, and equity that we should be striving to uphold. We must acknowledge that LGBTQ students face unique challenges and obstacles in their lives, both inside and outside of school. They are more likely to experience bullying, harassment, discrimination, which can have a profound impact on their mental health and well-being. By excluding them from this extra protection, we are only making things worse for them, and we are failing in our duty to provide a safe and supportive learning environment. It has been shown that LGBTQ teens are more at risk for teenage suicide. If we let this school become unsafe, we may as well face a mental health epidemic affecting these students. They already fight every day just to exist and be who they want to be. Don't make school another place for them to feel unsafe or unwelcome. I urge you to reconsider this policy and to take meaningful action to support and protect all students, regardless of their sexual orientation or gender identity. We must work together to create a culture of acceptance and understanding where every student feels seen, heard, and respected for who they are. In closing, I would like to remind you that we have a moral obligation to stand up for what is right, even if it is not popular or convenient. We must be the voice for those who cannot speak for themselves, and we must do everything in our power to ensure that every student feels valued, respected, and supported in our schools. Finally, I just want to ask the board members not to denounce harassment broadly as that has been already covered, but whether they denounce the harassment of those with differing sexual and gender identities. Thank you.
Up next, and apologies if I can't read the hand, is it Newell?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
My handwriting sucks, it's fine.
No, you're fine. Hey, thank you for being here. Welcome. And you have 3 minutes.
All right, my name's Ethan Newell. I'm a junior. I live at 1811 Kensington Drive. I'm going to quote you, marginalized people who feel different. If they're marginalized people who feel different, why are we making it worse for them? We all know why we're here. It's for 5517. My time is limited, so I'm going to fill it. By this, you're setting a precedent in future cases against marginalized groups. This is just like Dobbs is going to open things to other things, like in the abortion argument. So, like in your bylaws, you have PO 0123 on March 6, 2006. I'm not saying that we're supposed to act as an advocate for the schools and the children. This is not doing that. You have strategic goals, 2105, evaluating and adapting and using curriculum and instructional practices that all students can learn and excel. That's not doing that either. The most damning one is 21100, which is saying we believe in respecting the dignity and worth of each individual. We believe in learning encompasses intellectual, physical, social, and emotional growth. We believe each individual has a right to a safe and caring environment. This clearly is not providing that. I gotta be real, there's a ton of bullying in this school. We only have a 7% diversity rating last time I checked. That's saying like 90-30% of us are white. We live in Bellbrook, Ohio, so now you want to take even more diversity away and like basically take this little cone just to be like all white people. I'm sorry, but most of you guys are like rich white people, so. Bisexual gay people, that's high school students' suicide rate. Like mostly thinking about suicide for straight kids, it's only 6%. I think that says a lot. You're writing the words that define these students' lives. You're writing their reality. You just think it's a piece of paper. To us, it's our reality. I identify as bisexual, and you know that's fine. But I don't personally get bullied for it. But like I've seen a lot of people who do. It's very different for a lot of people. Look around the room from a purely political perspective. 2 of you are getting revoted in 2023. 3 of you are getting revoted in 2025. See all these people? Look who's gonna vote for you. Nobody reads the Board of Education manual. You already brought this to everybody's attention. Anybody who was thinking about voting for you before that's in this room isn't going to now. And as the last word to the audience, you're likely here because you oppose this change. You're likely here because you're against this. Do we really want board leadership who's literally showing up to show that they're incapable of serving their constituency who can't even vote for them? We as students don't get a say in this vote. Our parents do. You're literally basically oppressing us without our say for it. I mean, I'm glad I get to speak this now, but like, can we just have the human decency to like represent these children? We're literally children. Most of us are below 18, unless you're a senior, some juniors. We can't vote for this. I'm gonna fill up the time. I just don't know why you would want high schoolers to face such discrimination based on your ideologies.
Up next, I'd like to welcome Colton Grove. for being here. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Colton Grove. I live at 607 Mount Vernon Drive in Xenia, Ohio. And some major issues regarding the change of the language in the harassment policy include exclusion of individuals from protection. When speaking about individuals being protected from harassment on the basis of sexual orientation and gender identity, we are talking about more than just protection from harassment on the basis of sex. We are talking about individuals who do not identify as binary structures. These individuals could be people we love. Every day I watch the people I love and care for get treated as less than human. This change will only solidify this harassment and validate it. We are not simply cleaning up this text. What is happening in this proposal is children are being denied protection. In our current political climate, I believe it is important that all individuals are respected, as we put aside our stigmas and love our neighbors for the content of their character and not their appearance or preferences. Studies taken in 2022 show that over 45% of LGBT youth seriously consider taking their own lives. These are children we're talking about, and we're telling them that we don't believe they should be protected. Is it not the responsibility of people in power to protect our children and our loved ones? With the current state of our harassment policy, we are still facing threats. Children's lives are threatened daily, and your proposal is that we deny these children protection. It's time we put aside our beliefs and protect all individuals equally. The current state of our harassment policy outlines the protection of these groups, and removing them will only cause damage. I would like to move on to a second issue with this change, which is when removing these groups from the text, you are saying they are not important. Your proposal implies that these individuals aren't worth mentioning or that their protection is simply implied. However, this is not the case. Numerous times throughout history, individuals have been excluded from their rights in ways not directly related to official text or guidelines. For example, our Constitution didn't directly say that low-income individuals couldn't vote, but taxes on voting caused that to happen. My point being, this change doesn't directly imply that LGBT individuals are allowed to be harassed. However, it implies that they will no longer be protected from harassment. One last point I would like to bring up is that a lack of protection will lead to an individual's need to protect themselves. And with the current state of America, the last thing we need is more violence in schools. And I'm afraid violence will result if these children are not protected by the district. Thank you for allowing me.
Up next, we have Eric Price. Mr. Price, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
You have 3 minutes.
My name is Eric Price. I live 2586 Stewart Road. Every time I've addressed the board, I've always had concerns, and I'd like to be convinced otherwise that my concerns are unjust. I have written a doctrine, and I've had it basically incorrectly quoted back to me by members of this board. So I know that the supplement can have LGBTQ protections taken out of this and put in the supplement. And that's what I think we need to do. Now, one thing I'm concerned about is I'm hearing from a little bird up at the State House that they're talking about reducing our taxes by taking more money away from schools. What that means is these people in here, who are probably the people that you're going to be asking for money from, they're the easy ones that are probably going to be saying, hey, you're going to be asking them for money a lot sooner now. And it's my opinion that you guys should probably start listening to them a lot more handily. Now, I don't know whether or not you're actually listening to what I'm telling you or ignoring me, because I do see a lot of blocking behaviors when it comes to some of the things I'm telling you. I am very concerned about our LGBTQ students in these schools. We all stood up at the very beginning and we swore on the flag that we're going to protect, it's for all, liberty and justice for all. That includes our LGBTQ individuals. It's not pie. Protecting people isn't going to take rights away from anyone. I spent 25 years protecting every single person in this room. People I agree with and people I disagree with. That means something to me. Liberty and justice for all means something to me. Any of the LGBTQ individuals in this room, I'm here for you. I spent 25 years fighting for you, and I will fight for you until the day I die. That's all I have.
Next, I'd like to welcome Regan Daly. Welcome, thanks for being here. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Regan Daly. I live at 4258 Wagner Road. I am the GSA president here at the school. So something that's been going on is we have been harassed for as long as I can be remembered. There have been threats against the GSA club last year. There was somebody who threatened to shoot up the GSA. This is very emotional.
Please take your time.
Last year, they came to our meeting and threatened us. It's very hard Just today, people were asked to wear pride shirts to school today to show their support in trying to ask you to keep this in the policy. And as we were walking around the halls, we were getting rude looks and being made fun of. The people that they called us the F slur, and they were just being very rude towards us. And even though that harassment is still going on in this school, if we take out the parentheses, it will only get worse. Thank you for your time.
Up next, the last name is Stevens. Is it Luella? Is there a last name of Stevens? Weller Drive?
She left.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Melanie Glover? Welcome, thank you for being here.
Thank you for hearing me. My name is Melanie Glover. I reside at 2056 Regent Park Drive with the lovely red-haired person that spoke earlier. Thank you, babe. I've been a resident here almost 20 years, and I've raised my family here. I've made a career here. I've made friends and people who filled in as family because I didn't bring any of my own. And I really hope that the parents of LGBTQ plus students don't mind me speaking on behalf of all of us. But I just want to share with you someone's experience of what it's like when your kid comes out to you in a community like Bellbrook. My first response, and just to say, I have 2 gay kids. I'm so proud of them. And they are wonderful people, and they've been wonderful students in this school board, in this school district. When your kid comes up to you and says, Mom or Dad, I need to talk to you. You say, what is it? You've got my full attention. Well, I've been needing to tell you that I'm gay, or I'm bisexual, lesbian, whatever the case may be. And in my home, it looks like this. I love you so much. I'm so proud of you. I'm so happy that you could share more of yourself with me and the true person who you are. And I will always accept you. And if things change, you discover more, I'm gonna accept you. And then the second question is, who knows at school? Who knows at school? The answer I got was, my friends. Great, how are we doing with our friends? My friends are awesome, Mom. My friends have been so supportive, both my kids. Any of your teachers know? No, not yet, but we're not worried about our teachers. Bellbrook, we've got the best teachers. The best. I say, in the places where you spend time outside of class, and for my kids, they're music kids. We're a band family. They're like, band department's awesome. We're so safe and happy there. Thank you, Mr. Han. Thank you, Bellbrook Music, and everyone involved for creating that safe space for our students. And then the next place is, well, what about the other people? Well, yeah, there are people that say things, but I choose not to listen to them because they're just going to have to grow and they're going to have to learn. And then I go to the next question. How's your mental health? Because it's real. These students are not blowing smoke up your skirts tonight. It is real, and they do not have more depression, more anxiety, more suicidal ideation or suicidal attempts because there is something wrong with them. They have more of these things because there's something wrong with us, because we cannot convince them that they are safe, because we're not doing the things that show them you're safe. You don't have to feel threatened. You don't have to feel ostracized. There are kids that get threatened outside these bathrooms. They just want to go void. They want to do normal human things, and they get harassed when they try to do that. So yeah, maybe I would think about being dead to this world too, if I were gay in a place where that was going on. So, with the gut punch that you've delivered to parents like me, kids like mine, people like this in this room, when you treat us like a parenthetical situation that you're going to remove from some pamphlet, I've got news for you. That's not enough. Not once you've board-splained to me. And some of us are board members in big corporations and other community things. We get board-splaining. We know how policy works.
I'm sorry about interrupting you. We're at the end of the time.
But we want, thank you, sir. We want to know why, who does this benefit? And if you could do that, we'd be most grateful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Up next, I'd like to welcome Meredith Brinegar.
My name is Meredith Brinegar, and I live at 2221 Ivy Crest Drive. I speak as a parent of a middle schooler. I speak as a Girl Scout leader with a diverse group. And I speak as a psychologist who routinely works with LGBTQ clients. I hear their intimate stories of discrimination. And my job isn't to just patch them up and help them accommodate to an unjust world. Part of my job is to help change that world, which is why I'm here tonight. This next policy, I mean, we've kind of reviewed why we're here tonight, right? And the importance of what protected classes mean. And I just want to say that removing these protections would be taking giant steps backward. These are steps that have been hard fought in recent years. Did the board initiate this change? Or did the company you use to update your school board policies, Neola, recommend it? I mean, all the other districts around that I've looked have that parenthetical still in place. So I'll be curious to see if they retain that too. It is true that the state of Ohio is currently involved in a court case looking at this very issue, whether sexual orientation and gender identity are federally protected under Title IX of the Education Amendments. And bear with me for some legal history. You know, it started with the U.S. Supreme Court ruling 3 years ago. We commonly call this Bostock, which clarified that sexual orientation and gender identity fall under the protected class of sex when it comes to employment discrimination, which is under Title VII of the Civil Rights Act. Next, the U.S. Department of Education interpreted that Supreme Court decision and extended it beyond employment discrimination to discrimination in schools. The Department of Ed issued guidance to schools and colleges that receive federal dollars, stating that they would withhold funds if discrimination based on sexual orientation or gender identity occurs. Well, then 20 states, led by Tennessee and including Ohio, filed a complaint challenging the legality of this federal guidance. A temporary injunction by a Tennessee district court last summer has put a pause on the Department of Ed enforcing their guidance. Currently, Ohio is in limbo. I wouldn't call it settled at all. However, my understanding is that schools may have their own policies that protect sexual orientation and gender identity. They just don't have to. You could choose to. Now, I can already imagine the rebuttal if you vote to adopt these changes. We promise it won't impact students' protections. But whether you intend it or not, it sends a message to LGBTQ students that they are not valued and may not be protected. Legal protections exist for a reason. The Office of Civil Rights was created because we couldn't depend on all people to do the right thing. It also sends a message to current and future LGBTQ employees. I fear we will lose out on diverse and qualified teachers and staff because of this policy. I know we've already lost some teachers and families who didn't feel supported on this issue. I urge you to vote no tonight.
Up next is Ben Purcell. Welcome, Mr. Purcell. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Ben Purcell. I live at 3786 College Race Court, and I'm currently a junior at Bellbrook High School. So I just wanted to start off by expressing my opinion that right now in 2023, it's unacceptable, that we live in a world where LGBTQ students are targeted and discriminated against simply because of who they are. These students should be able to attend school without fear of bullying, without fear of harassment or violence. They should be able to express themselves freely and live their lives to the fullest, just like any other student. It is difficult for me to express the profound sadness and frustration that I feel about this proposal. LGBTQ plus students are already facing significant challenges and barriers to success, and this policy change will only exacerbate that situation. By removing gender and sexual identity from the anti-harassment policy, the school board is sending a clear message to all LGBTQ students. You are not valued. For a school board of elected officials meant to keep our schools safe, functioning, and excellent, an action like this is nothing short of abhorrent. That you as an executive committee would be willing to intentionally create an environment that is less welcoming and more dangerous for a group of students you deem to be unfit for protection. Last year, the Trevor Project's national survey showed that 45% of LGBTQ youth seriously considered attempting suicide in the past year, up from 42% the previous year. Fortunately, in the same survey, LGBTQ youth who found their school to be affirming reported drastically lower rates in attempted suicide. And as a member of the LGBTQ community myself, and a student of Bellbrook High School, I cannot articulate my disappointment that this change is even proposed. Fortunately for me and the greater LGBTQ community of Bellbrook, we have an extremely large number of supporters outside of the school administration, parents, neighbors, friends, and family, that would certainly not hesitate to support us in any decision, no matter what comes out of this. And in closing, the very fact that I felt compelled to advocate for my protection from harm as a queer individual on a Thursday night a week before my AP exams is ludicrous to me. And I wholeheartedly hope that you rethink this choice to exclude a group of children from proper care and safety in the school environment. Thank you.
Next is Heidi Hacker. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
You
My
have
name
3
is Heidi
minutes.
Hacker. I live at 1432 Kensington Drive. I've been a member of this community for over 40 years now. I've had 3 children come through the school systems, and I graduated from Bellbrook. My wife graduated from Bellbrook. My wife suffered horrible bullying when she was in school. I don't want to see my child's friends have to go through the same thing that she went through. It's been 30 years. We should not be having to fight the same thing, fight that we did when I was in high school. Our kids deserve better. Taking that parentheses out may not seem like a big deal to some people, but it is a big deal to a lot of people, and most of these people here, it is a big deal too. It makes them feel protected. Even if our amendment to it still gives them that protection, they feel protected with that wording the way it is. I feel like taking this out, the only thing it does is allow the bullies more opportunity to pick on these targeted kids. Thank you.
Next, I'd like to welcome Rachel Brucker. Welcome. Thanks so much for being here. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Rachel Bruckert, and I live on 1697 Apache Trail. I have lived in the community for 10 years and have 5 kids who have attended Bellbrook schools. I would like to share a story about discrimination that my family is currently experiencing. For over 10 years, my nieces and nephews have attended or played sports for a small Christian school in Vermont called Mid-Vermont Christian. We thought the sports season would be like all the years past, but nothing could be further from the truth. The Division IV state tournaments began, and in the first round, the high school girls basketball team was matched against a team with a 6'4" biological male. My niece's team was young, and the girls were small. On February 27th, Mid-Vermont Christian made the hard decision to quietly remove itself from the tournament for reasons of safety and competitive fairness. The incident quickly made national news. On March 13th, the Vermont Principal Association, who is in charge of all sports in the state, determined that the school had violated their discrimination clause. All public schools in Vermont are required to have gender identity as one of the protected discrimination categories. The language of this discrimination clause is almost identical to the current Bellbrook School discrimination clause. The association ruled that Mid-Vermont Christian be permanently banned from all sports in the entire state of Vermont. This is not just one sport or one season. It is all sports forever. My nieces and nephew and the other students at their school have been robbed of their middle school and high school experiences. This isn't happening in a foreign country or far away. This is happening to my family, only 3 states over, in my home state where I grew up. I just want to thank the school board for your bravery and hard work for revising our school's discrimination and harassment policies. This will help prevent widespread discrimination of students and staff, a reality that my family and thousands of others are now living out in my home state. Please let Vermont be a warning of what can happen if we're not careful with our policy language. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here. We are not going to tolerate that. Everybody is welcome to their opinion. We will allow applause. We will always allow support. We will not allow intimidation of any kind. Everybody is free to give their opinion. Thank you very much. Up next is Paige Burgain. Up next is Paige Burgain. I'm sorry? Berkwin. I apologize. Thanks so much for being here. Welcome. You have 3 minutes. Sorry, I just said welcome. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you being here. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. My name is Paige Berkwood. I do not want to give out my address. So, I didn't plan well, if you couldn't tell. So, we're going off instinct. I picked up this pamphlet from over there, right as I walked in. As it states, the Board of Education is a 5-member governing body elected by the voters of the school district. The Board of Education, representing the community, has the legal responsibility for the education of the children of the district. Let me ask you this. What would happen? What legal responsibility would you have for the children that are dead? Because if you didn't know, suicide is the second leading cause of death to 10 to 24-year-olds, with the LGBTQ having a 4 times more likely rate. That's 1.8 million of LGBTQ kids considering suicide. That's 4.5, and more than half of those are trans and non-binary students. So, as stated by the UCLA School of Law, about 9.5% of America, of the youth population, is part of the LGBT community. And so that's about 72,000 kids in Ohio. In a 2018-2019 survey, there were 914 kids at this school. So, using the math that I learned at the school, let's break it down. 9.5% of those 914 is about 83 students. So about 83 students, maybe more, maybe less, are LGBTQ in this school. Of those 83, 45% are considering suicide constantly. That's over 37. That is 37 kids that you are having access to harassment. By getting rid of this policy and stating blanket, you're not just saying, oh, it's going under broad. No, you're saying it's okay. We're not going to, sorry, I don't know. Sometimes. If you don't know, the amount of things that increases the risk of suicide are psychological disorders, feeling of distress, feelings of hopelessness, a previous suicide attempt, a family history of depression, abuse, struggling with their gender identity and or unsupported family community, and a lack of support network, poor relationship with parent or peers, and feelings of social isolation. The only thing getting rid of this clause will do isn't saying it's under the blanket protection. It's saying, no, we are not supporting you. So let me ask you this. Those 37 students who are highly considering suicide, you're going to allow them to be more a part of abuse or harassment? No. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Up next, I'd like to welcome Alexis Presnell. Welcome. Thank you for being here. You have 3 minutes.
My name's Alexis Presnell. You obviously know I live here. First, let me get this out of the way. Yes, I do not attend Bellbrook schools, but I chose that for myself. When I left the private school that I was attending, I had the option to coming back to this school, back to my best friends and the people that I have made part of my family, back to the teachers that I adore, and back to the staff that do their best every single day to keep their students safe. But it was the school board that made me choose an online public school. The patriots in the park who are deciding that their religious and political ideology matter more than the lives of students they are supposed to be protecting. Because that's all this is, isn't it? You say parents' choice, and people have the right to make decisions for their own children. But that's all a facade to push your ideology on them, because you know that there are a lot of parents and students that are abhorred by this policy change that you are trying to implement. Yet you don't care. You don't care that you are not accurately representing the students in the parent body. You make excuses for the discriminatory behavior you are trying to exhibit. You only care about yourselves and shoving your beliefs down the throats of everybody else. You don't want to listen to the student body that you are supposed to be representing. Well, here we are. Here we are. And the people who aren't here are listening. They're on the live and they're listening. We are going to make you listen because this matters. Because even if I don't go here, my best friends do. And I will never go away until they are represented and protected the same way that you protect every single person else, everybody else. They are humans who have federal rights and protections because they still have human rights. This is not just about vaping. These are people who want to feel comfortable in their own skins. Their lives do not affect you in any way. So don't act like it does. You are making this your problem when in reality it still does not affect you, and their lives should not be in control by you. Do what actually is best for them and protect them so that they can live the lives that they want, because that is their choice, not yours. And just remember, we are your future voters, whether you like it or not. And we will have our voices be heard. Thank you.
Next, I'd like to welcome Amanda Ashley. Welcome, thank you for being here. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Amanda Ashley. I live on West Franklin Street in Bellbrook. This pertains to the removal of specific wording relating to protections from harassment and bullying in the school system. It concerns me that you are considering removing the parenthetical sexual orientation and gender identity from the anti-harassment policy. My question is, after trying to educate myself on the school's policy and Title IX, why does this wording need to be removed? I know I'm not an unintelligent person, but I still feel like there was no clear-cut response to this earlier by Ms. Dorn. What is the motivation from the board in removing this? My hope is that this is not because of this board's personal views relating to sexual orientation and gender identity. My hope is that you will be transparent with your community who voted you into your positions. My hope is that you realize that there are many students, faculty members, and members of the community you serve that are supportive of the LGBTQ community. Regardless of personal beliefs, which we're all entitled to, everyone who sets foot in these schools should feel valued. Please, please think of the possible repercussions within this community if you approve the revisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Up next is Lynn Brown. Welcome. Thanks so much for being here.
Thank you.
You have 3 minutes.
My name is Lynn Brown. I live on Terryton Drive. I'm speaking on behalf of my son, who cannot be here tonight. He's in an activity with one of his kids. These are his words. My words come before you today in multiple capacities. I'm a lifelong member of this community, a 1998 graduate of Bellbrook High School, the child of a retired teacher of this district, and the parent of a currently enrolled student. As a parent, we worry about what our children are learning in and out of the classroom. However, as a parent of a child who openly identifies as a member of the LGBTQ community, I know the harsh realities of what the students in this district are learning. 2 years ago, my child spent Thanksgiving in a mental health facility, in part due to the bullying that he received at Bellbrook Middle School. While the kids were tormented him and bullied him, feasted with their loved ones, he had spaghetti with people he did not know. The school administration was made aware of what happened. If anything was done, We were not made aware of it because you cannot disclose discipline. However, if there was something done, it was not effective. On Monday, as he walked through the ellipse at the middle school, somebody yelled, "faggot." Today, he was called a gay fuck. Earlier this year, he had his Chromebook taken from the school cafeteria, and every excuse was given why nobody else's was taken but his, but it had nothing to do with his identity. During Glad Spirit Day, which happens one day a year, he was given by a staff member a sheet of paper, several sheets actually, that gave the LGBTQ bullying and suicide facts. He asked to put them up. He was denied. The Fellowship of Christian Athletes paper that had been there for 2 months was still up, but this could not be put up. This kid is not supported. I'm going to repeat something that some of the others said. Studies have shown that nationwide, 58% of the LGBTQ students feel unsafe in their school because of their sexual orientation. And 43% of the LGBTQ students feel unsafe at school due to their gender expression. My child, again, I'm speaking, this is my son, joins the statistic feeling unsafe and unwanted at the school due to the harassment of the students and the blind eye by everybody involved. Removing the LGBTQ wording further enables these students to be targeted and will only lead to more children trying to hurt themselves because of it. Research from the Trevor Project states that 1.3 million LGBTQ youth seriously consider suicide each year in the United States, and estimate that at least one of these youth will attempt at least every 45 seconds. So in the time that I have been talking to you, 2 students may have attempted suicide because of their harassment. Let's hope it wasn't one in this district. All of you sitting in front of here at this podium today have a duty to act to protect our children. Stand up and defend them, or let their blood when we bury them be on you.
Yes.
These kids are precious. You cannot take away 2 or 4 words just because it looks good. Get real.
Up next, I'd like to welcome Cassie Kipling. Welcome, thanks so much for being here. You have 3 minutes.
I'm Cassie Kipling. I live at 936 McBee Road. Tonight, the school board is planning to vote on removing language from the board policy that will negatively impact those that identify as members of the LGBTQ community. The fact that this topic is even being discussed is absolutely appalling. The board has made zero effort to increase transparency with the community. Instead of providing a first reading of these changes at the prior board meeting, it was left to the community to seek out a public records request to discover the changes that are being made to 10+ board policies. The most alarming change is the removal of the words including sexual orientation and gender identity from their anti-harassment and the non-discrimination and equal employment opportunity policies. This affects the staff. While this may not seem like a big change to those of you making these decisions, the large community presence here tonight suggests otherwise. Words matter. Actions matter. The removal of these words, coupled with your actions of ignoring the community, says that the members of the LGBT community, that you don't care about them. It says that we do not care about if these individuals are harassed, and it says that they're not worth protecting. Science has shown that gender and sexuality are not binary choices, but rather continuous slider bars as part of one's identity. Our school board oversees setting security policies in place for our schools. Persecuting students, actively or passively in this case, should be the opposite position of a school board. Just because a group of students fall somewhere different on those lines than the school board members does not mean you should exclude those protected classes. It is the school board's responsibility to provide a safe place for all children to learn. If all children, including LGBTQ kids, do not feel safe, they won't effectively learn.
Even if kids are not bullied for being LGBTQ, making decisions like this shows them that they are less than in your eyes. The reason these kids think about suicide isn't because they are LGBTQ, it's because adults don't support them for who they are. Don't be those adults. Even if you feel that voting to approve the removal of these 6 words from the proposed sections won't change anything, it will most certainly change the perception of Bellbrook-Sugarcreek schools, and it's not for the better. In the words of Stephen Bell, that we've seen in Mrs. Keaton's emails all the time, it's your choice. Make it a good one.
I have a question here. I see Jennifer Bowser, but it looks like it's crossed out, but I want to make sure that that's accurate. Okay, very good. But I want to give her a chance if she was here, just to make sure.
I'm not on the list. Is there any way I can go in with her?
Can I add you to the end? Is that okay? Remind me at the end, and I'll make sure you get a chance to speak. Thank you. Up next is David Buccalow. Welcome. Thank you for being here. You have 3 minutes.
I speak a little slow. I got speech impediment, probably will for about a year. My name's David Buccalow. I live at 126 Lower Hillside Drive, Bellbrook. What a meeting. First thing I'd like to say is that rights, protected rights in our country historically are about protecting minorities, not majorities. The second thing, I was at home thinking about this, and I thought, well, you can't tell people to be or not to be. And I was wondering if that was part of the motivation. People are who they are, and they're going to be who they are. And you can't live in fear as a board, whether it's legal counsel or policymakers. And you can't rule in fear either as a board. Community can't live or rule in fear. We live in a world of diversity. I've seen it in the corporate, I've seen it in the military, and it's obviously in education. And in corporate, LGBTQ, transgender people are fully accepted as equals, and that's in corporate America, here in Ohio, Southwest Ohio. And you don't have it in employment. I've seen it in the military. I know quite a few people in the Air Force that fall into these categories, and they're accepted and they're judged on the basis of their job performance. And also in the trades. It sends, the speakers have talked about the message it sends, and as policymakers, obviously, and there's a lot of support for this, you need to give that heavy consideration, because you are dealing with a vulnerable population. You're dealing with them at a very vulnerable age. They have a lot of things going through their minds, everything from hormones to family to community expectations to their own expectations, and they may change from day to day. But you don't want to tell them they're not valued. And I did see that when I first read that. I thought that was the message that would be received, and that seems to be the message that some of the speakers here. The other thing is, you don't want to tell people they don't count, and that's how people are going to interpret it. Interpret it as, not as you might interpret it, but interpret it as one of the students might interpret it. So I don't think it's a good message. And the last thing I would leave you with as policymakers, the 3 minutes is up, is I learned this from Dick Frederick, who was the Bellbrook Police Chief. He said you cannot enforce a law, in this case make a rule, for a policy that does not have public support. And I was surprised to hear from him but he says it just doesn't work. You have to have the support of the people that you're serving. 2 more seconds, if you'll tolerate me, if you want, I'll just
Please,
sit down.
no, please.
One is, it's everybody, you might go toilet paper my car in a minute. It's rude to interrupt. And it's rude to catcall. It's just rude. These people are doing a job. I haven't been on a school board. I would never be on a school board. They're doing a job which any of you, if you did it, would be insane to do. It's an insane job. That doesn't mean they're right. That doesn't mean you can't express yourself. But all the catcalling and stuff, it doesn't get you any place. I don't know why you allow that, actually.
I'm sorry, we're getting to the end of the time.
Okay, and that's it. Just,
Thank you for your comments. Ryan Jeffrey. Appreciate you being here. You have 3 minutes.
I want to start by apologizing. I look like this. I ran here from home. I currently live in Centerville, representing Gail Jeffrey, my mother, who lives 2077 Bonnydale Drive. My mom and my dad sent myself and my 2 siblings all through the Bellbrook school system. I am an alumni of 2008, so I'm here speaking on behalf of my experiences here at Bellbrook. But first I want to say how incredibly amazing it is to have so many wonderful students who are so incredibly articulate standing in front of you today expressing their concerns and such a completely amazing, well-formed thoughts. Clearly it speaks to how well the education system is working and the teachers who represent them as well and what they're doing for those students. So I guess I want to speak personally about my experience here at Bellbrook. When I was here, I did not feel comfortable coming out. I did not feel safe coming out. Part of that is part of my own internal struggles, but that is an added part of accepting your identity. They're in their formative years where even a cisgendered heteronormative person struggles extremely with that identity and acceptance. They have compounded difficulties because of the persecution and discrimination that they face from their peers and from the community and what's happening in this country currently. So I'm here on behalf of all of them because the work that I do currently, that I can't say that I'm representing, but I'm with those students and I hear from them regularly talking about those problems that they face, and they are afraid to come out. Some of them that are not here because they cannot be out and open with their families at home. So I'm representing those students who don't have a voice right now because this is their safe place, this school. So when they come here and they join their friends in the GSA, and I hear from students at other schools that that's their only place that they feel like they can be safe, when specific wording like this is taken out, you are telling them, by matter of fact, that they don't have enough value to be protected. Point simple. That's it. So the statistics that you're hearing about suicide and that compounded level of risk, that's very real for them because that's something that I faced personally. I considered suicide. I attempted it. And that is something that I had to deal with because I fell. And I fell into a safety net that I didn't know was there. My family accepted me, my friends accepted me, and I was fortunate. Not everyone is that fortunate. These students, if you remove that protection for them, may not be so fortunate. So, when you sit here and you talk about how much it matters, Mr. Hand talked about all of the accolades of Bellbrook and everything that you're accomplishing, the importance of all of that. It's your job on the board to make that continue to be what they strive for, and that should be what they're worried about. How much success they're going to have, how much growth they're going to have, not whether or not it's safe for them to be who they are in this space.
Thank you very much. Next is Sharon Turner. Just watch your step on the cord there, please.
Okay.
We've not had any injuries yet.
So-
Welcome. Thank you so much for being here. You have 3
Thank you.
minutes.
Several people so far have asked why. And you have not spoken to why. Now, we're not allowed to discriminate against Black people anymore. We're people of color. Yes. So let's find another group to put down. Now, a lot of people who feel that LGBTQ are something, you know, God made men and women. A lot of these people are religious. There's a big difference between religious and spiritual. The only people Christ got upset with were the scribes and the Pharisees. But when people asked about the 10 Commandments, he said, there's really only 2. Love God and love one another. In Christ's day, the Romans overruled the whole country of the Jewish people. If there was anything Christ should have been mad about, it would be the soldiers. But when Peter cut off the soldier's ear, Christ healed it. And when the centurion asked Jesus, I believe in you, I believe in you, I believe in you. Will you heal my daughter? All you have to do is say it. You don't have to come to see her. Christ showed his love. And this is about love. You know, that's a real Christian. I don't know who you are or anything about you, but that's a real Christian, to love people who are different, even if we don't understand them, we don't agree with them. When I was in college, missionary college, my brother sent me the book, I'm Okay, You're Okay, and it changed my life completely. Because what it explained is that just about all of us feel not good enough, not smart enough, not pretty enough, not something enough. That's just the human nature. And what do? We find a group of people that we can look down on. That's what we do. And knowing that changed my life. I'll tell you something very personal. I was going to be a missionary to New Guinea. And when I read that book, I realized that part of my motivation was that I could go to these people and they would say, oh, you are so wonderful. You know how to read and write. You know how to fix us, medicine and stuff. And I'd feel real good about myself. And then I would come home every 5 years for a year. And people would say, oh, you live in a grass hut with scorpions? Man, I could never do that. And when I realized that it was my lack of confidence, my lack of feeling that I was a worthy human being, that was making me have these terrible thoughts. I don't know about any of you guys, but I hope that you will at least tell us why in the hell you would want to take this out. I think we're going to be in national TV.
We're maybe a little bit past halfway, close to halfway. I think we're being requested for just a 5-minute recess. Does that sound okay? If we stretch our legs. So I'm going to call for a 5-minute recess. We'll reconvene at, what is it? Let's just say 9:50.
Sorry about that.
Everybody could gather your seats, please. I want to make sure we can be respectful and give our full attention to the speakers that are remaining. So I'll pause just for a second as everybody gathers their seat. We're good to continue. Up next, I would like to welcome Michael, is it Crote? Note. Note, thank you. Welcome, thank you for being here. Of course, 3 minutes.
My name is Michael Note. I'm the executive director of Have a Gay Day, which is based in Dayton, Ohio. I live at 1902 Needmore Road in Dayton. And I wanted to point out just a couple things from this. First of all, we were called family. As far as the conversation, we're all family. It's so weird when you have your name taken out of a will, when someone invites you to a party, or doesn't, because your name isn't on that list. Many of you know what that feels like in some sort of regard, as far as family. I wanted to quote one of your Facebooks. All of you have public Facebooks, and I'm not going to say who it was that made this quote. Fact-based, honest, objective, responsive, respectful treatment, and discussion of complex issues. As I was sitting here, I would like to point your attention to the helpline that you have rotating on your screens for suicide. It must be some sort of issue that you have it going every 20 to 30 seconds in the school. But it's interesting to me that the helpline is also LGBTQ affirming. You've approved it for all students to see. Are you going to remove that? Then I would like to say, first of all, before I get into this conversation, that nothing I say in this regard goes towards any of the organizations that I partner with, because I run a food pantry. I deliver food, I do emergency housing. But here you are supporting the food bank, David's Place, Daybreak, and they all have policies that protect the LGBTQ plus community. I benefit from this school by serving food out into the community. And you support that too. If you have an issue with removing one portion, are you going to remove another portion? No. We are removing the LGBTQ protections? No, just the wording. Now, how does it feel? How does it feel to you all if someone looked at you and removed your name, your identity, who you are, how you wake up in the morning and identify family, friends? What does that look like? It's almost like you're selling a book, and on those shelves, someone removes your book and your title. How does that make you feel? Does it keep benefiting you? Does it stop benefiting you to not be included in the conversation? To become a generalized word as far as who you are, instead of something that's clear that you understand as your own? You represent a lot of people here, and a lot of people have fantastic ability to narrate their support of who they are. As far as decision makers, you decide the future. Even though you're only here a couple years. Some people said, well, we can vote you in, we can vote you out. But actually, a lot of you are retired. You've done really great things already with your lives. That's why you got voted in. Is this your legacy? While you're trying to represent everyone, even the minority of the people that say, oh, remove this because. But how watered down are we going to get that support as students? Aren't they already looking to you for some sort of clear guidance as teachers, as staff, as board members? All I'm saying is, I hope you have clarity in your support, more than the messages of suicide prevention that you have rotating on a screen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Lisa Van Treese. Welcome. Thank you so much for being here. You have 3 minutes.
I'm Lisa Van Treese. I live on Upper Bell. And I want to say I really don't want to be here. I had a long day. I'm very tired. I have a ton of work to do when I'm at home. But I'm here because I think this is important for me to talk about. I have 2 young kids, and I try to teach them to be respectful to other people, to treat them with dignity. Doesn't matter if they agree with them, doesn't matter if they like them, doesn't matter if they're mean to them. You must treat everyone with dignity and respect. And I suspect you guys try to teach your family the same. But when you take these wordings out, and protections may be exactly the same, I don't know, but when you take this out, it says you are less. You are less than everybody else. And that to me is completely unacceptable. And what you do has ripples out into the whole community. It affects everybody. LGBTQ is not less. They're the same. We are all the same. And that's pretty much all I'm going to say. Now I'm going to go home and work.
Next, I'd like to welcome Mandy Van Dyke. Welcome. Thank you so much for being here.
I wrote an email to you, and well, first of all, I'm Mandy Van Dyke. I was a high school biology teacher. I retired after 33 years of teaching. I love students very much. I love working with students, and I'm very proud of the things that I've seen you guys do and how you presented yourself. I'm very pleased to see you. You should be proud of yourself, how you handled it. I retired. I didn't plan on being in another school board meeting. A couple days ago, this was brought to my attention because I live in the community. And I felt the need to come here and support these young people that feel like 4 words that might mean nothing to you mean something to them. And they are missing time with their friends, they're missing doing their homework, studying for their AP test, all of the things that the students should be doing right now because they're stressed because you're talking about taking out a few words out of a document that, let me ask you this, do you have the power to leave those in the document?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Do you guys have the ability to leave those? This is a question. I really would
Sorry,
love to
this
have
is just a time for us to listen. It's
Okay.
typically not.
All right. You guys really need to think about that because if you have the power to do that, all of these great things that you have that Bellbrook schools do, and I've been around Bellbrook my whole life. I know it's a great school district. You guys have a lot to be proud of. The teachers have a lot to be proud of. The students have a lot to be proud of here in all areas. I see that you're adding the Hope Squad. Hope Squad is very much connected with this. And you're doing something that is very positive for the students, but yet you've made all these students feel like they're being victimized right now. And I think you guys really need to take that into account and look at those words carefully and take this person's views, because that's also what I wanted to say, and think about how you would feel if a few words taken out of a document were connected with you and made you feel not wanted and not supported and not protected. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, I'd like to welcome Zan. Is it Gott or Goft? Welcome. Thank you. Appreciate you being here very much. Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Zan Gott. I am a freshman at Bellbrook High School. I am not personally part of the LGBTQ community, but I don't understand why anyone would try to take away a group of people's rights. I mean, like many of these people have mentioned here, you haven't told us why, and I really cannot think of anything. I don't think it matters whether or not you agree or disagree with a group of people's lifestyle, because we must protect each other's rights no matter what. I hate to be dramatic, but this is exactly the kind of discrimination that happened in Nazi Germany, and we all know what happened there. One thing I've been taught here at BHS and in Mrs. Crane's 8th grade social studies class is that if we do not learn from our history, we are doomed to repeat it. I don't know about the rest of you, but I certainly don't want to take steps back in our nation's equality, especially since we are a country built on it. I think it's also important to note that despite how secretive you try to be, every high schooler in this building knows about this change, including those who would take advantage of it. There is a quote from Gandhi that states, "Be the change you want to see in the world." I think that's what we're all here to do, so please vote no.
Next is Andrea Weissman. Thanks so much for being here. For 3 minutes.
I'm Andrea Wiseman. I'm at 4115 Possum Run Road. And I want to start this off with letting you know that this board continues to come up with dangerous ideas. You come up with an idea and very secretively start putting it into action. This is the same school board that came up with the idea to outfit our teachers with weapons. The community showed up and an overwhelming majority, including your teachers, spoke against it. You publicized that you were able to get resource officers for our schools. Most people thought that meant you listened to the community and you went with what people asked you to do. In fact, you're actually putting out the application right now asking for task force members to apply to be the teachers that are carrying the guns in our schools. Somebody from the outside of this community might think to themselves, well, Bellbrook-Sugarcreek School District has a zero tolerance policy for bullying and violence. They must, because they really crack down on violence if they're willing to make such a statement. But no, that's not the case either. There is no policy about bullying or violence. In fact, every school in our district has an issue with violence and bullying. If you're a family here and you want to know exactly just how many violent attacks are happening in the school, then inquire, because they're happening weekly, every single one of these schools, and we're consistently told that it's taken care of. It's not being taken care of. Audra, you said tomorrow will be no different in the protection of our children, and that's unfortunate because, as Reagan pointed out, protection is lacking. Rather than trying to solve the very serious issue by creating a policy against bullying and violence, you've decided to revise the current policy and remove groups of people from protection. So rather than protecting more students, you've decided to protect less. I would ask each of you to really look inward and figure out exactly what it is you're trying to do in your role, because honestly, from the outside looking in, it looks like you are choosing to put our children in as much danger as possible until someone breaks again.
Up next, I'd like to welcome Jennifer Alexander. Welcome. Thank you for being here. In 3 minutes.
Jennifer Alexander, Safefield, Centerville. Have any of you met with any of your qualified teachers and school counselors in this district to discuss what the Ohio Board of Education's social and emotional learning standards are here in Ohio? I feel it is imperative that each of you first do this prior to rushing into this dangerous policy change vote tonight. For 8 years now, I have continued to beg the school district to start adding monthly public work sessions to your meeting calendar like all other school districts do. Heidi, I supported you publicly when you first ran, because you ran on the platform of transparency in this district. I am putting my faith and trust in you tonight to try and make these changes. You should table this conversation, make a motion to table this vote,
You should instead make a motion to have a community work session to talk about this, to get your teachers and your counselors to discuss, debate, and teach you about the things that they already know that you apparently don't know as school board members. It is public record that each of you are registered Republicans in this county. Yet as public school board members, you are supposed to leave your political ideologies at that damn door. Yeah. And your religious beliefs at home in your personal safe space. Mike, I'm going to be blunt. I have no respect for you. I firmly feel you have taken this position on this school board as a stepping stone to further yourself in a political campaign here in Greene County. And this is not the platform to further yourself politically. Yeah. Lastly, this board over the last 8 years has only seen the tip of the iceberg with my social justice activism. If you vote to change these policies tonight and not have further discussion, I'm prepared to organize protests outside of each of your homes. Since you feel the need to invade the safe space of these students and these teachers, I think it's time that you feel uncomfortable in your safe spaces. I'll also use my First Amendment rights to organize protests out of each side of yours preferred houses of worship. If Jesus walked in this room right now, he'd have a pride flag in one hand, a peace sign in the other, and he'd be on the side of love, not hate, and against each of you.
Up next is Carla, is it Satcher?
Pretty close, but it's soccer.
Soccer? Sorry, that was not close at all.
That's okay, nobody gets it right. My name's Carla Soccer, and I live in Bellbrook. I'm actually new to the community. And I think I'd rather speak to you. I was a teacher. I was in law enforcement for 16 years. I was a school resource officer. So I know what violence is in a school. I know what bullying is in a school. And you talked about 2 pots, right? The one pot that you say that you are not going to do this, it will not hurt anybody, it won't discriminate against anybody, it'll keep everybody safe. But as an observer in this room tonight, I don't think that's happening for you. No. I don't think that's happening for you. And that's scary to me. All right? It's very scary. I don't have kids. I've lived in this community for a year. But I wanted to come tonight to speak because of my background. You did an excellent job, the kids here today, of representing yourself. Thank you for your bravery. There's a lot of people that had to be brave in here tonight to speak up. It was very difficult for them to do so. They should appreciate what they have. So that pot, you need to go back. It's not working. That one pot that you talked about, revisit it. Words are words, okay? Action is different. So I ask you, all of you, to revisit, right? She said to go back to a session and review. I think that would probably be prudent. Review what you're doing, what you're saying. Perception is everything. And what you're doing here. And I hope you listen. I'm not sure you are, but I hope you do. The other pot you're talking about, Where's the words in the law that I used to think about was shall, must, right? Shall and must, or may. And may is the key one. It means you don't have to. It means you have to listen, consider the situation, and apply it where it needs to be. I applaud your community. At first, I didn't think I would be comfortable in this community because of that discrimination. I am tonight. I do not know if this will change, and I hear your buzzer. I do not know if this will change. I hope it does for you. And I hope I can help in any way I can. And I hope to stay in this community, but that has to begin with some thought. Thank you.
Up next, I'd like to welcome Anna Squibb.
Hello, this is my first school board meeting, and man, it is a doozy. My name's Anna Squibb. I've been in this community now 7 years. I live on Wildwood Lane, if you need to know that. I'm a family physician, and goodness gracious, you guys are amazing. Thank you. I get the honor of taking care of families in our community. I hear the stories of these kids, one-to-one, and the trauma that they have in schools. And you guys are reigniting that trauma right now for these kids. And that is horrible. It is horrible. I'm also an educator, and I write policies regularly. You do have to consider the higher levels, the federal, the state, whatever over is above you, but you also get to add your own. You must protect this group. They are not being protected. I have an 8 and 11-year-old in your school district. They will be leaving your school district. My 11-year-old asked me before I came here today, why would they take that out? I couldn't answer her, and you still haven't. My daughter also shared with me that half of 5th grade is in the LGBT community. And I would like to remind you that the LGBT community has 4 times the risk of suicide. You have a problem coming into your high school if this is the way you're going to treat your kids. Thank you.
Yes.
Up next is Jessica Walker. Welcome. Thank you so much for being here. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Jessica Walker. I wasn't going to speak, but I feel like I was meant to be here to tell our story. I think it's worth being heard. I didn't give you our address, but our pride flag actually got stolen out of our yard already, so I would not like that to happen again. I'm a mother. We're a military family. I have 3 children. My oldest is trans. His name is Zach. He goes to the high school here. I have 2 other children. Olivia goes to middle school, and Denali Walker, she goes to the preschool. Olivia's come out to me as lesbian last year. Zach came out to me when we lived in upstate New York. He was very, very, very frightened. Very frightened. We moved here 2 years ago. Last year, my world almost ended. I almost died, and my son almost died because of bullying. I came home and he told me I have a secret. And I said, does it have to do with sex? And he said, no. And I asked him, does it have to do with money, anything else? And the one thing that I forgot to ask him was about self-harm. He had butterflies on his arm to cover up the slices that he had done. We've been in and out of Beckett Springs mental hospitals. I just can't believe what you guys are doing. I just can't believe it. Why would you do this? Why would you take away my son's rights? Why would you do that? How many other kids are going to have to show you for you to believe this? It's real. I've experienced it. I've experienced it. My son almost died because of bullying. And then I almost died because I almost died too, as a mother.
Next, I'd like to welcome Elise Thomason.
Okay. Sorry for my makeup, guys. I walked that journey with Jessica, but before I tell that, I want to affirm that, oh my God, the kids are all right. Oh, the kids are all right. Whew. I forgot my paperwork, but it's pretty good. Here's my wonderful husband face. He and I worked together because we worked against LGBTQ discrimination in the military. We fought for gay marriage. That's not the word anymore, sorry, saved our marriage. We're in it to win it. That's why we're here. You guys talk about suicide in the LGBTQ community. What about the military-connected kids? Did you know it's even worse for the military-connected queer kids? Their parents go away, are in danger from guns and mortars and suicide, right? Because we all know what PTSD does to people. And their kids are unprotected. And I got angry. You want to know why? And I haven't said this publicly yet. Because when Zach was suffering bullying, I may have reached out to one of these board members. Personally, I have the text messages. Nothing was done. And I continued, there are across the street neighbors, they're our best friends in the neighborhood. We can't do this, but guess what, guys? There is a federal, sorry, the Spanish, there's a federal recommendation, at least for military kids, federal, that says do not discriminate for sexual identity and gender identity. Don't discriminate, federal, for military kids at least, right? But let's use it. Why not? It's written down, the science is good. I have it here, Chris brought it over. What do you think? I'm LGBTQ affirming. Like our doctor said, I see it all the time too. So we have a solution. We're on the same side. We can get on the same side. We can do it. It's here. Let's do it. That's it. And Jessica, you were amazing.
Up next is Chris Walker.
we're mixing family names. Chris Weimer. I live on Locust Bend in Bellbrook. So I want to talk about colors. We've heard a lot of horrible stories from people I know, people I don't know. I want to affirm also, like, my daughter turned 9 today. Today was her birthday, and she spent it tonight at a board meeting by her choice because she thinks that this is important. And many of you showed her what a school student can do. So thank you. Thank you for being such excellent role models. You guys are awesome. Okay. Now colors. I'm in the military. These are my opinions and not those of the official position of the United States government, yada, yada. You know the disclaimer by now. I've only been here for almost 2 years, and I've been in the military for 21. Purple, okay? My wife, Elise, just talked about the protections that exist for children in the military, and we heard from Ms. Walker about her son and the problems that they've had. And we are very proud of our purple ribbon status here in Bellbrook, if I'm not mistaken. So if we want to be serious about that, you need to protect the military children. And this is not doing that. This is doing the opposite of that. I'll give you another purple. Purple is what brings Bellbrook together, right? Look around you, you see purple everywhere. Not just on the pride flag that we so love, but on every chair and all around the school, right? We bleed purple and gold. Purple is a mix of red and blue, okay? We have to be on the same side. That's what makes this a beautiful community. That's why I intend to retire here and stay here. When I moved in 2 years ago, I met wonderful people. We are neighbors of every letter of the acronyms, right? We have conservatives, we have progressives, we have everyone, and we all take care of each other. We all take care of each other's kids, we all take care of each other's pets, we all know each other in a way that I've never seen before. That kind of community is what makes me love Bellbrook in a way that I've never loved any city, any place that I've moved to, and I've moved to plenty of places over the years. Okay, well, let me give you another color, red. As in a red line. Redlining is a term that is synonymous with every kind of discrimination, right? Also, a historical legacy of Bellbrook, unfortunately, right? The psychological damage that has already been done, I heard you, Ms. Dorn, you talked about that this won't have any effect on bullying in this school. It won't change that we respect each other, but it already has. It already has done damage. Having your identity crossed out in red line on a document that says this is who we will protect is already damaged people, and you have seen that damage demonstrated over and over and over again tonight. You are the bullies. We're not worrying about the other bullies right now. Do not put this into our policy. Do not make Bellbrook a red line instead of purple.
Thank you very much. Next, I'd like to welcome Alyssa Lawson.
You got this.
Welcome. Thanks so much for being here.
Hi, my name is Alyssa Lawson. I'm new to Bellbrook. I've been here for a year and a half. The decision to change the anti-harassment policy to no longer protect students from harassment based off of their sexual orientation and gender identity only creates an unsafe learning environment for students. School is a place where students go to learn and grow both academically and personally. When students feel safe and supported, we are more likely to be engaged in our education and succeed in school. It is important that we take steps to ensure that all students feel safe and accepted. Harassment and bullying is very prominent in Bellbrook, especially towards members of the LGBTQ+ community. Changing this policy is telling LGBTQ+ students that they are not of value in this community. Everybody deserves to be treated equally regardless of their sexual orientation or gender identity. This is a huge step backwards and only serves to harm the LGBTQ plus community that is very much present in Bellbrook. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Up next is Amy Shoemaker. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
I am nervous.
That's okay.
My name is Amy Shoemaker. I live at 333 Seaton Hill Drive. I am a sophomore at Bellbrook High School. This change does not outright state that it is acceptable to harass people because of their gender identity or sexual orientation, but that is the takeaway that some, like the homophobic people, making this change opens queer kids and non-queer kids who are perceived as queer up to an even greater risk of harassment. And it's already bad enough as it is. For example, a friend of one of my friends is transgender and people have threatened to beat him up. Several people wearing pride pins in opposition of this change were called homophobic slurs, as you heard earlier. By making this change, you effectively condone this behavior and encourage it to continue. It is extremely important that the school system makes it clear no type of bullying is tolerated, including bullying towards members of the LGBTQ community. This is especially important for queer students. We face much higher rates of bullying than non-queer students, and this bullying can have terrible and irreversible effects. According to a 2021 report by the Trevor Project, LGBTQ plus students that reported being bullied that year were 3 times more likely to attempt suicide. However, bullying rates were lower in LGBTQ affirming schools. Therefore, it is likely that creating more LGBTQ plus friendly environment can prevent queer kids from committing suicide. And one of the ways that we can do this here in Bellbrook is to ensure harassing people based on their sexuality or gender identity is absolutely not tolerated. And the way we do that is to continue to protect gender identity and sexual orientation in the policy. The Bellbrook school system should strive to make their schools safe places for all different types of students to learn in peace. All kids deserve to be able to get a good education, and how can they do that if they don't feel safe at school? And I can guarantee that there is a real possibility of students not feeling safe if this change is made. Because again, some people will believe that it condones their intolerant behavior. Therefore, it should remain as it is and not be changed.
Next is Brian Cronenberger.
Here's a list of 100 students' names that have been gathered over the past 24 hours that are opposed to this. Perception. We use our thoughts and emotions and memories to view the world. The 3 views on perception I would like to focus your minds on are time, personal experience, and analogies. In 1896, a man named Magnus Hirschfeld wrote a short story called Sappho and Socrates. It is about a gay man who committed suicide after he felt he was being coerced into a straight marriage for being someone he's not. That is not only telling of the time he wrote it, but is also prescient in what we have going on right now. Research from the Trevor Project, like has been mentioned before, says that suicide ideation is over 60%, and those that follow through is 22%. Are we no better than we are 120 years ago? The members of this board can understand the similarities of then and now. Why is that? Perception. Were any of you bullied or harassed as a child or teenager? I mean, not really harassed, beat up, or picked on relentlessly. How does your history color your perception of these events? I was, and I know the dangers of suicidal ideation from that. My thing, I'm a little chubby, still am, but that's fine. I grew into it. Minor in the grand scheme of things. I can only imagine the hell it is like to feel ashamed, isolated, scared, misunderstood because of who you are on the inside and who you love. Certainly, I cannot imagine how anybody on this board would be in favor of bullying our children. Any true advocate of children would not condone harassment of any type. Yet, I'm sure the board and others can perceive how a targeted omission in our policy could make it easier to harass others, or worse, appear to give the green light to harass a minority. Why is that? Perception. Perception through analogies. During the 60s and 70s, our country went through cultural upheaval. It was loud, it was scary, and it seemed foreign and alien to those still clinging to how they want things to stay the same. A black family moving next door? Oh my heavens. But if you look in the past, look at the 60s and 70s, and go a little bit to the future, more rights were being given to minorities. There was better tolerance and more inclusion. And I put an emphasis on better because it isn't perfect and we still have a lot of work to do. I'm sure you can understand this analogy. We hold those that fought for other civil rights as leaders and patriots just as much as we vilify those that fought against it. Why is that? Perception. We need to be on the right side of history when it comes to LGBTQ individuals and children. How would you like to be perceived? Someone that voted for this dog whistle? Someone that abandoned a very small minority of at-risk people? Someone that made the first stepping stone towards even more restrictive and abusing policies? Or as someone who will stand up for the minorities and protect those in need? I know who I am. Do you?
Up next is Mariana Liberty. Did I get that right?
You're a nerd. So my name is Mariana Liberty, and I live on Surrey Trails in Bellbrook. And I'd like to start by saying this is not Vermont, and our sports are not in danger. Our kids are in danger. I'm a proud mother of a trans kid, a son in 5th grade, and I'd like to acknowledge Bellbrook Intermediate and Mr. Phelps. Shout out, Mr. Phelps. And for accommodating my son and his needs. My heart goes out to the middle school and the high school students because my son's story is very different, which shows the progress we've made. The changes to the anti-harassment and discrimination policies are not just 1, but 10 steps backwards. My son is kind, and I know there's not a person in this room that would not like him. So he has had 0 conflict with anyone in his school this year, and equipped with that knowledge that my son is accepted by his peers tells me that the adults in our community are falling short of the progress that we've made. I'd like to urge you to reconsider the decision made to the harassment and discrimination policies. Let's not go backwards. Thank you.
Up next, I apologize, the last name is Campbell. Is it Kaskin? I'm sorry, what, first name?
Colin.
Colin, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I see it now, it's absolutely Colin.
Yeah, my handwriting's not that great. Anyway, my name's Colin Campbell. I am a senior here at the high school, and I live at 2072 Plantation Trail. I clearly have nothing prepared. And I originally came here wanting to ask a few questions under the assumed understanding that I was able to get a response back. However, I was informed about halfway through this meeting or school board meeting that that's not really the place for it. Understandable. So instead, I'm going to just kind of express my thoughts about this whole situation. At a young age, I was quite heavily bullied, and even though it was nothing to do with LGBTQ reasons or otherwise, it was still quite detrimental to me as a person. And it took until my 7th or 8th grade year, it took constant contact with teachers of the schools and like principals, vice principals from my parents. And then it also took me physically standing up for myself before it stopped. Every action that seemed to be given from the powers that be, let's say, seemed to do nothing, even in a non-minority case of bullying. My concern is with this removal of the parentheses is even if you do not mean for it to condone any bullying or negative actions towards these groups of people, LGBTQ or otherwise, Some people may take that as the school board becoming more lax with these definitions. It is removing clarification. It may not be removing protection, but it is removing clarification, which you guys may not see as a problem. You have a quite literally top-down view of the situation. A lot of us students are, no exaggeration intended, in the trenches with these situations. We see it every day, we hear it every day, and knowing what some of the students are already currently capable of doing with minor or no repercussions, that makes me personally worried as someone who has quite a lot of friends in the LGBTQ community, even from a young age, makes me worried for the safety of my friends, which is something I take quite seriously. And with this change, it makes me think that the kids who are already currently bullying will have more driving power for their bullying within that, without real repercussions. So I thank you for your time.
Next is Caitlin Bowser. Okay, thank you for letting me know. Up next is Stephanie Vukovic.
I wasn't planning on this. I came totally unprepared, but as I've sat listening to everyone tonight, I couldn't help but think about Focus 3 this year. I was really honored to be able to participate in Focus 3 and help bring that to our schools. And the image that just sticks in my head from those sessions was this flywheel. And it had a line with it, and I might get it slightly wrong, but it's leaders produce the culture that drives the behavior that produces results. And that flywheel from the culture, it's the behavior and the results. And again, I'm going to get this wrong, but I hope I get it right, was that if you get your culture right, nothing can stop you. If you get it wrong, nothing can help you. So I'm asking you as leaders to consider the culture that you want for Bellbrook-Sugarcreek schools and to make your decision based on that. And whatever it is, I hope that when you walk through the doors, you can honestly say to yourself that we will be better tomorrow than we are today. Thank you.
Next is Conan Crocker.
My name is Conan Crocker. I live on Washington Mill Road. I'm a parent of 2 Bellbrook grads and a current Bellbrook High School student. I, like many people here, came wanting to know the answer to the question, why would you take out this wording? And so, we really still haven't gotten a satisfactory answer, but let's just take a look at it for a minute. If we do take out the wording in these parentheses, because we don't really understand it, or we don't believe in it, or whatever. Next, let's see, let's take out genetic information next. I don't really know what that means either, so let's just scrap that. Let's just cross out age too, because old people suck. And, we don't need old people, so throw out age. Let's throw out disability. That's okay too, because nobody really pushes back against these things. So let's start throwing out all these words. Let's start crossing off words, and then let's cross off race and color and religion. Let's just cross off all those words. So how many people can we hurt by crossing off the words? We can hurt a lot of people by just continuing to cross off words. And we're all here looking for the answer to the question, why would you cross off words when everyone here is telling you that it hurts people? But I think the corollary question is, who are we hurting by just leaving the words in?
And last on my list is Jeff Roush. I have a note here. I saw your note here. I'm glad I noticed that you had to run out, and I'm glad you're back. So welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here.
Welcome back to you as well. Jeff Roush, 2085 Regent Park Drive. It's hard to add a lot to what's been said here. I mean, what a fantastic community. Seriously. I came in late, coming from a track meet, sat in the back, turned out I was behind a pillar, couldn't really see much. And then, I was there, it was my seat, so I didn't really want to move. I was situated in a place I didn't want to make things uncomfortable. And that's kind of where a lot of us run into trouble. We're afraid to kind of move even when we know that our view is obstructed and we aren't seeing everything. Right now, we're seeing a bunch of amazing students, young people, and we're talking about how brave they are, and they are, of course. They're surrounded by allies tonight. And tomorrow, they're going to be right back in the middle of everything, with allies, with other people too. When my daughter came out to me as trans, I was terrified. Not because I didn't know what I was doing, which I didn't. I still don't a lot of the time, to be honest. But I had an idea of what kind of discrimination, what kind of hate, what kind of ignorance she was going to be facing in this world. Because we're all kind of sitting with an obstructive view. The flip side of that is this policy. I heard back in response to an email I sent from a board member, and thank you for that. And talking about reasons for removing the language. It's not decided yet, and I hope you consider that very carefully tonight. One of the reasons to leave the language in, to address Mr. Crocker's question, is right now, everybody here has an obstructed view. I believe you when you say that you don't want anybody bullied, that you don't want anybody harassed. Having that language in there lets them see it too. As a leader in my organization, I know what I believe. I know what I think of people, but I have to show it to them. This is your chance to show all of these people here, show everybody in the school district that it's not just a matter of how the state and how the federal government defines sex. Who do you stand for? Do you stand for them or not? Leave the phrasing in, rewrite it in a way that's clear. I'm perfectly happy to see that. But there is no reason to take the language out, and there's a lot of reason to leave it in. Yeah. I urge you.
Okay, that brings me to the end of our list. So truly, thank you everybody for participating. Thank you for your comments. That closes our public participation part of the meeting. And that, are we on agenda item C now? Is that where we're at? We'll get reordered? Okay, so board policy revisions.
Mike.
Yes.
We're anticipating the significant
That's not a bad idea. You would take another 5-minute recess. My legs are starting. We're gonna do another 5-minute recess. Thank you. Sure. Sorry, I just thought this. Is this school minus one question? Yes, it is.
This is not a way to work.
Henry, we're still live streaming, right? We're good? The official recorder, which is the official record, if you want to know, we're good? Okay, we are now on to agenda item number C for board policy revisions. And at this time, I would look for a motion to approve the changes and revisions that are listed in your packet.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Price and Mrs. Dorn. So we are now open for discussion.
I'd like to start with a statement. I think it's very, assume it's all right?
Yeah, we're open for discussion, so whoever has the floor has the floor.
Kevin, I'm sorry, I want to interrupt you, but before we get into this topic, can I ask, do any of you have any questions about any of the other policy revisions that you would like me to?
Tobacco, just kidding.
Okay.
No. I think the only one I had where I already expressed to Dr. Kozak was we had the wrong name listed as a contact person. We had Josh Bowles listed and he was.
Okay.
That's a technical. He took care of that for us.
Technical correction?
Yes, technical correction. So,
okay. Yeah, sorry to interrupt, but,
No, it's
okay,
good.
any other, before we delve into this particular area?
Maybe I'll just make a note, say, because I'm really glad Mr. Price thought of it, and I think it's a great idea. If you weren't watching the last school board meeting, because it may not be in a draft, is that he made a recommendation, which we all approved on consensus, that we'll be voting on tonight, that to change the public participation time, as you saw, the current policy is to limit it to 3 minutes, and actually expand that to 5 minutes. I think that's a really helpful move. So I'm really glad Mr. Price thought of that. So that is part of what has now been moved and seconded.
Right. I would like to make an amendment that we pull 5517 out for an initial vote and treat it separately and vote then on the entire rest of the packet.
Can we have discussion first?
No, we cannot. So there's been a valid motion on the table to pull out policy number 5517 for its own separate vote, apart from the bulk of all the others. Is there a second for that motion?
Stand by, I gotta figure this out.
Yeah, take your time. So Mr. Carpenter made a motion because right now there's a large block of policies to have that policy, I'm sorry, what's the number? 55517 as a standalone vote.
But that's related to 2114, correct? I mean, directly.
Well, I'm sorry, we shouldn't have a discussion. That was the motion.
That was the one that was the focus of our discussion.
Is the intent for just that one or other policies that may contain similar language?
Well, yeah, I wanted to address that. That's associated with anti-harassment, and 1662 fits that as well. I think that's the only two, though, isn't it?
No, 1422 as well.
All right, I withdraw my amendment motion.
You withdraw your motion?
Yeah,
Are you sure?
Yeah, I withdraw.
Okay, the motion has been withdrawn. So we still.
I'm not holding close to that, but I prefer to discuss first.
Sure. Okay, so that's true. A motion can be made at any time you're during discussion, so that can come back up later.
Okay.
So there's still a valid motion, which has been duly seconded to adopt the changes, revisions to board policy in your packet.
The whole packet. Yeah.
And we are still open for discussion.
All right, so now I can speak. Bear with me, my voice is not good tonight, so scratchy, bear with me. really grateful for all the input. I listened, and it really kind of helped me understand the concerns with harassment, particularly, specifically. And while I'm going to read this, but while I understand your concerns, I feel like the requirement to have that in there doesn't necessarily align, in fact, it does not align with law today as written, as it was originally written in Title IX back in the 1970s. It's been added over the years, but yet, let me say, I understand what you're saying, okay? So bear with me while I read this, and I'll elaborate some more. I took notes as I was listening to y'all speak here, so bear with my raspy voice here as I try to communicate for the benefit of those in the back. The following statement is mine alone and has not been coordinated with the school board, administration, or a lawyer, and I am not a lawyer. If nothing else is heard or remembered tonight, if the proposed changes are approved by the board, please know that LGBTQIA+ students are not going to be any less protected from harassment and bullying than they are today. All of our students, each unique in their own way, are and will be protected by policy, law, and as a matter of common human decency to the very best of our ability. Do things fall through the cracks? Yes. There are horrible things that happen daily in this nation, in this world, but there is consequence for it. There's we just don't let it go. Yeah, some people get away, but it's not an intentional thing when bad things happen in this world. We can, must, and will not accept anything less. Words matter. They really do. When a school board's own non-discrimination policies, notice I said non-discrimination policies here, can be quoted and used in attempts to force the school system to allow things such as the following: student access to locker rooms of the opposite biological sex, student access to bathrooms of the opposite biological sex, sleeping accommodations at overnight school events with members of the opposite biological sex, and student participation on sports teams of the opposite biological sex. All of this, in spite of reasonable accommodations being made, both in this district and in districts throughout this nation, and yet still, these attempts are made to force things upon the school district. Perhaps it's time to look at wording that's used in our policies. Some language in our current policies does not reflect what the law is written and settled. None requires parenthetical language to be added. It is essential to have policies that are in agreement with the law and for there to be consistent wording used throughout all policies. Words, as time goes by, someone mentioned the 2020 Boyton, Bostock, they redefined what sex meant in that context. Okay, so that can happen with respect to law. That has not happened yet with Title IX. So the bottom line is words matter, and the words as defined can be redefined. But in the context of Title IX, it's not been. That's why the court case is where it's at right now. I'm speaking because you all want to know why. I'm trying to be, in fact, I am being forthright with you, honest, open book here on my perspective on this. So it's essential to have policies that are in agreement with the law, as written and settled, and for there to be consistent wording used throughout all policies. The purpose in modifying existing policies to align with current law has been misunderstood and in some cases seemingly misconstrued and exaggerated, as evidenced by some of the emails I've received, where there's pretty direct accusations of actually trying to encourage, the board's trying to encourage actual bullying of LGBTQ students. My gosh, really? I mean, we live in this community, we have kids in the schools. Let's be a bit reasonable. Stop, I'm talking. Yeah, it's the way it works, people. We allow you to speak, then we speak, okay? This is the way it works. Again, there is no intent to diminish the protection or dignity of any student in our school system. To imply and conclude that the board is taking action to intentionally subject LGBTQIA+ students to harassment is disingenuous. No protections are being removed. Audrey, I really appreciate that you pointed out, I didn't know that, you taught me something tonight. 5517.01, it's the school's extension of a policy derived from federal law, executive orders, federal policies, et cetera, correct?
Supplement 2.
Supplement 2. So the supplements, that's really intriguing to me, and I'm really glad you brought that out tonight, because it's quite educational for me. Tonight, I will vote, possibly with amendments, in accordance with what I believe the majority of this community would want me to do in order to protect all of our children, especially females, in matters of privacy and sports opportunities.
Order.
My position also aligns with that of Ohio School Board Resolution Item 24, passed on December 13th, 2022. I recommend that you give that a read. So with my singular vote, singular voice, I support the proposed changes with some discussion I need to hear. David, I like your idea of maybe taking a look at the harassment, because I understand the sensitivity there, and it looks bad, you know, to say we're going to pull this out of, but there may be a potential to move it off to a supplement, so we still retain that wording.
Separate but equal is not equal.
Keep going. So we will continue to conduct this meeting in the way it's established by law and policy, so please constrain yourself over there. The bottom line is I think there's an importance of focusing on the difference between non-discrimination and harassment as codified, or I should say, spelled out in our policies. Because anybody follows the news, you see what's happening throughout the nation, in our universities, in our schools. There are things being taken advantage of, and the way our policies are currently written.
You want that in Bellbrook, Ohio? I want that right here.
Okay, so should I have interrupted you when you were speaking?
Order, please.
I listened. So, the bottom line is, you're asking me why, I'm telling you why. You can respect it, accept it. I'm happy to debate it with you. I will listen. Again, I came here tonight with the intention of voting on everything as is. I listened, and now I'm really going to consider what Mr. Carpenter had to say, because I got the passion. I understood the passion that was conveyed here tonight about the concern over direct harassment. My point is there's a distinction to be made between harassment and non-discrimination based upon those categories, and especially gender orientation. So those are my thoughts for the moment. Please let the rest of you speak. And David, really would appreciate your thoughts on the anti-harassment.
Sure. My intention was with that was to say let's treat that as a separate issue. But and my thought with that is I concur with you that I think it's appropriate as it is written, and that we look to a supplement to say how else do we affirm this population, and perhaps it's in the .01, because obviously there's a concern with this group, this population, but there's also a whole variety of other areas where people are bullied and shamed because of things that
Their weight, their height.
yeah, your weight, your height, your body shape, the whole bit. I mean, I was bullied as a student. I was 4'9" going into ninth grade, and as a smaller kid. So I got picked on. I know how that happens, and it doesn't mean that I should have been part of any protected class, but we need to identify that perhaps we have some examples that we ought to include in that 01 policy. but not to say it's exclusively that, because it's not limited to a certain few types of things that people get bullied over. You get bullied over all kinds of things. And I like the policy that says we don't support bullying in any form or fashion. So I think it doesn't matter who you are. Every person deserves to be treated with respect, and segregating specific groups for extra respect doesn't make sense to me. So that's my intention was let's get the bulk of the business out and done, and focus on that. But it's fine to treat it all as one. I'm fine with that.
I said most of what, I guess, my original rationale for including these updates in this packet. I am being 100% honest with every one of you that when we went through this exercise of determining what should be included here, like that, I did not expect this to be that controversial. And maybe that sounds crazy after the night we've just had. Maybe it's super naive.
Yeah.
But.
Privilege. I'm sorry, I follow all the rules all the time. I'm just saying, it's because I respect what you're saying. I respect it so much. But we're all blind to things we don't know. And how do you know?
Mrs. Dorn has the floor.
But the true and honest reason for including it is simply that this policy is capturing other governing bodies' decisions, and it's not currently accurately capturing them. That said, I hear what you're all saying. I appreciate the gravity of that parenthetical call out and what it means. Whether or not the students in this district knew it existed prior to this week, I don't know. But I understand that they do now, and I understand that removing it means something to them. I explained, for those of you who were here earlier, I know it's been a long one, I explained that 551701 is what we, Bellbrook, have to say, as opposed to 5517, which is a summary of 9 separate laws, codes, statutes, primarily US code, has to say. I still don't like that 5517 original version says collectively protected classes that are protected by federal civil rights laws hereinafter referred to as unlawful harassment. This body doesn't get to decide what unlawful harassment is, and if I think that we are not accurately summarizing the law that does get to decide what unlawful harassment is, I have a problem with that. That said, as I've sat here and listened to you all this evening, I think 551701 provides an opportunity to get at the intent and ensure that the community we're discussing tonight feels heard and represented.
I agree with that. Would that include, would there be like a 2114.01 also then, or how would that work?
This is not a proposal yet, or I'm not making this amendment yet, but I'm socializing this amendment. And it's not even, this is not the wording, okay? This is wording that I'm mulling around, but changing 5517 as proposed tonight. Working toward a change in 551701 that in the second paragraph would say something akin to harassment, intimidation, or bullying toward a student for any reason, including their membership in community, help me with the words.
Marginalized?
Yeah, this is a policy, I want to make it something that is substantive, and so, but putting words there that capture the intent that we heard here tonight, that we make it our decision, and we don't attribute it to another body. Something like harassment, intimidation, or bullying toward a student for any reason, including their sexual identity, including their gender orientation, whatever, is strictly prohibited and will not be tolerated, and continue on with that paragraph. I think that gets to the intent of what we heard here tonight. I would even propose that that wording not be worked out here tonight on the fly, particularly because later on, that policy, the .01 policy, references a revised code that requires that it's developed in consultation with other parties, and it's never advised to create new policy without legal advice and whatnot.
Right.
I would even be open to working toward collaboration with the GSA or another appropriate student body to make that change.
Understood, I think.
In the .01 policy, because that's what we are saying.
I think.
We can say whatever we want.
Again, I think it's so important to just make sure everybody understands that. That is what we own. The other things can be affected by federal law changes, court decisions, executive orders, next administration or whatever. But this .01, we control it.
It references no other law other than a revised code 3313.666, which, as I understand, is really just that we socialize this policy and with the community. So it's not does not derive its content from state or federal law. So, I don't know.
I appreciate you doing that because you truly taught me something here that I was not aware of.
I think that's important to note. I had a very intelligent person come up to me during a break and point out that perhaps trains have been passing in the night and asking the why. And I learned something. I learned a lot from here. Knowing that there are two types of policies. One that we own, and I'm in favor of looking to how we can improve that one. And the other one, which is under consideration tonight, 5517. Everybody who came and spoke tonight was fantastic. But my favorite speaker was the guy who said being on the school board really sucks. I'm biased. Sorry. Sometimes, as hard as it is, a governing body has to make sure that it is as closely aligned as possible to the existing legal landscape as it sits now. And it can change in the future, but that's that type of policy that we're talking about here, is that we've consulted with lawyers and we have a choice before us to align that policy, in particular, 5517, as close to the current legal landscape as possible. That's my why. If you want to know the why. Now, what we're talking about with 5517.01 and improving it, I think that's a noble endeavor, and it's absolutely something we should consider undertaking. But 5517, with all of its 9 legal references and whatnot that you pointed out, the question before us is, I feel, do we have a duty to be as closely aligned to the existing legal framework as possible, while we can massage and improve 5517.01. If you could do me a favor, because I know I've read it before, but I don't have it. Could you read that? Sorry to put you on the spot. Could you read again for all of us the pertinent section you read of 5517.01, our personal policy?
This is as it reads now in our policy. This 01 policy is not up for, is not included. There's no changes being proposed tonight to 5517.01. I'm reading the second paragraph. It's kind of the lead-in. Harassment, intimidation, or bullying toward a student, whether by other students, staff, or third parties, is strictly prohibited and will not be tolerated. This prohibition includes physical, verbal, and psychological abuse and violence within a dating relationship. The board will not tolerate any gestures, comments, threats, or actions which cause or threaten to cause bodily harm or personal degradation. This policy applies to all activities in the school district, and it goes on to say that it's in our buildings, on the way to our buildings, on our buses, on our field trips. I don't think I need to believe it. It goes on to say basically everywhere that the school exists, this is in effect. And then it goes on for 4 pages to discuss definitions and what happens if you have a complaint that this has occurred, and that we even need to educate all of our students about this policy annually.
So what I heard there was harassment, discrimination, bullying of any kind.
Harassment, intimidation, bullying toward a student.
For any reason, of any kind.
Well, it doesn't say those words. Those were the words I was considering adding.
I'm paraphrasing.
Harassment, intimidation, or bullying toward a student, whether by other student, staff, or is strictly prohibited and will not be tolerated.
I guess I kind of want to ask, and I'm breaking protocol here, for folks here in attendance, like, raise your hand if you agree with that policy.
Leave out faculty and staff.
You mean the separate people
There
policy?
are more harassment policies being considered.
Well, I think that we can take a look at that and improve it. But what we have tonight that's been moved and seconded is 5517, which, I'm sorry, so that's 5517.01, which we have ownership of, which is not included, not under discussion tonight.
Shouldn't
What
it
is
be
included?
included since it's a caveat and underneath? So if we are judging 5517,
I'm
then
sorry.
01 is included in that.
I blame myself, my fault, I'm sorry. Just what we have before us here is what has been reviewed by legal team and what has had 2 readings and is before us tonight. 5517 is the law, is the policy that can align with the current legal landscape of Illinois. That's the question before us tonight.
So 5517 would need, I would like to see that happen in like a work session, that we can take some time to really do it. 5517.01 is what I would like to see do in a work session where we can really hammer it out and get input and things like that.
Yeah.
But I took some notes because I didn't want to come with anything preconceived ideas. I wanted to hear what you all said. And I did hear lots of great stories that are very heartbreaking, honestly. And one person I specifically said, I'm sorry if I misquote you, but to treat them all the same, no matter what, right? We should treat everybody the same. And so the thing when I was reading these policies, I noticed that the gender identity and the gender preference was the only thing that was in parentheses. Nothing else has parentheses. And further in the policy, it just goes back to the word sex. That's it. It's only in this one sentence. So to me, that didn't make any sense. And if we're treating everyone, if the goal from what I was hearing tonight was to treat everybody the same, then having parentheses is not treating everybody the same. Nothing else is ever explained. So that doesn't make any sense to me to have that in a parenthesis. And that you can disagree with that, and that's fine. I'm just telling you, you all asked for a why, and this is like a why. There's also a few misconceptions that I wanted to clear up. I know there was an accusation that we purposely planned this meeting during times where there were other conflicts that people purposely could not be here, and that our schedule is set in January. We don't stray from that. So that was never an intention, and if that was what you guys believed, I just wanted to clear that up, that we did not purposely call this meeting on a night where the IPE was having an awards banquet or a track meet was going on. This is what our meeting was set at. Also, I already talked about there's no protections, like we don't list all the races, we don't list all the anything else, we don't do any of that. All the religions, we don't do that. Our current policies, I personally believe, explicitly protect all students. I definitely am interested in doing the 5517.01 and seeing what we can do to further that as well. But your comments tonight really brought to light that we have a bullying problem in this district, period. Whether you're straight, whether you're gay, whether you're trans, whether you are short or fat, we need to do better here in this arena. And I think that's something that we can all address and we can all work together on. That was a very common thread that I heard. And I personally, as a single board member, do not approve of or do not tolerate bullying of any kind to anyone, no matter what. That is absolutely unacceptable. I mean, I went to school and I watched some people being bullied. And this is not a unique problem to Bellbrook at all. It's not a unique problem to this generation. It happened when we were in school. I know it. And it is really difficult to say that we haven't come as a society any further. So I think that, one thing that I personally would like to take out of this conversation with you guys is that we need to do a better job with bullying issues and addressing those and following through and making sure that everything is addressed appropriately. I know that our principals do an amazing job. They have a lot on their plates, but I think this is valid concern that you guys brought to the table. Also, I really, Dr. Brinegar, I totally appreciate what you were saying about this approval process. And I would like to bring up that I think that the board as a whole, our intention was absolutely not to be secretive. This was on the agenda for 2 meetings. But I would like to see us, if we are going to do bulk revisions like this, to put the Google Doc up there, that people can view it before. It doesn't take any time. Dr. Brinegar did it in about 30 seconds last night and shared it on social media. She shouldn't have had to do that. That's our job. So I feel like we could do a better job putting this out there for more discussions during the first read. I think that would be that's something that I would like to see. But I do personally agree with Mr. Price that our policy needs to be aligned and straight across the board. And, that's where I stand about
that. Any more discussion?
Just clarify for me what's being considered here.
So a motion was duly put forward and was validly seconded to adopt the policies that are in your packet.
Then we can have a separate, or we just have an agreement here. We're going to look at a 5517.01. Does that require a formal action, or?
We don't need a motion to do that.
Let's start with this, because I don't know what you're all thinking, but I'll do it this. But I guess I'll make an amendment to table, or I guess remove, let's start with the remove 5517 from the bulk. With the intent of tabling it until tabling that revision until 551701 can be revised.
So doing both at the same time?
Now. Okay. Robert's rules.
Okay,
Help me
so,
with that.
okay, you're gonna have to give me 10 seconds to, okay, amend it.
For those who don't come to these, Mike is generally the
I-
parliamentarian amongst us.
I muddled through, sadly, not well. Amended. Okay. So there is a motion on the table, there is an amendment on the table there's an amendment on the table to table policy 5517, which is in the bulk motion, until such time as policy 5517.01 is revisited in the future. Did that correctly capture your motion?
Yes.
Okay, do I hear a second? Mrs. Dorn has a motion to amend. Mr. Price seconded that motion to amend. So now we can have discussion only on the amendment. So the amendment again is to pull out basically and table policy 5517 from the bulk group until such time in the future as policy 5517.01 is revisited, which would take some time because there's lawyers involved and things.
Audra, I liked your idea of involving GSA, club, obviously SEA, teachers. You know, I think those kind of inputs are invaluable and necessary. You know, so.
And to be clear, the ultimate decision will still have to remain with us. However, I think we're all best suited if we can come to a conclusion that satisfies the technicality that we were attempting to achieve here and provides our students the feeling of protection that they have forced.
And so just for clarification though, so what are we doing with the other one, the other policies that are part of?
The
that include
motion,
that wording? So we're just dealing with,
the motion was to only table policy 5517.
so the others would
be
part of the original, so we're only concerned with the anti-harassment. So the others would stand, okay.
My only comments are for the board's consideration is that I hear you, and I'm sorry I said a couple times now, like I agree 5517.01 can be and should be looked at more closely. You know, we're doing these things in chunks, right? I still stand by that policy 5517 because of the nature of the policy that it is, as you explained earlier. The question before us is, should it, as closely as possible, align to the current legal landscape? And I'm not sure that tabling that changes that relationship, but those are just my 2 cents.
I would agree. I think we should go ahead and still approve the whole packet and then in a session, work on 5517.01.
I agree. I don't see why that tabling has to be conjoined.
Yeah.
Especially because they are two, it's not the right verbiage, it's too simple, but two different types of policies. I would like to move forward with 5517 as it is, and then address the concerns with 5517.01. Those are just my personal thoughts.
So that,
Let's let Mrs.
okay, so that addresses the student harassment, correct? Okay, so is there a 1422.01 for our teachers as well? That protects our teachers? Like, do we have a policy of that? I mean, everything's running together right now. I'm sure I read it, but I wasn't sure. Or if that's something we need to create. I mean, I don't want to leave our teachers hanging as well. I feel like we deserve, if we're going to do this for the students, then we also should do something where.
We can look at.
Okay, I can't speak to that.
Yeah, I don't know if that is.
Yeah, we
It's just, it's all running together at this point, so I just want to make sure that I don't vote on something I don't understand.
So if it's running together, maybe we should take a break.
So there's a motion to amend, sorry, please. There's a motion to amend there's a motion to amend which would remove or table policy 5517 until such time as policy 5517.01, the policy we own, is revisited in the future. That has been moved and seconded. Are we ready to vote only on that amendment, or do you want to have further discussion only on that amendment?
Ready.
Okay, so once again, if you vote yes, then you are voting to remove policy 5517 from this chunk and hold on to it until 5517.01 is revisited. If you vote no, then 5517 remains in this chunk that will be voted on tonight. Is a yes and a no vote clear to everybody? Mr. Carpenter, will you please call the roll on the question of the amendment on the table?
Okay. Mr. Carpenter votes no. Mrs. Dorn?
Yes.
Mr. Kinsey?
No.
Mr. Price?
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson?
No.
Okay, the amendment fails. The 5517 will stay with the whole packet.
Okay, so now there's still a motion that was on the table before that has been seconded to approve the changes and revisions in your packet. Further discussion on approving the changes and revisions that's in your packet.
Call the question.
No? Okay. Mr. Carpenter, will you please call the roll on the question of approving the changes and revisions?
Okay, Mr. Price?
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Carpenter is a yes. Mrs. Dorn?
Yes,
Mr. Kinsey?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Motion passes.
I'd like to make another motion.
Okay.
Help me with this, Robert's rules.
I will try.
I'd like to make a motion to document the intent of this board to update policy 5517.01 to sorry, reaching for the proper wording. To further provide clarity regarding specific protections.
Provide options, provide some options. We can come back with some options or possibilities with that policy.
And clarifying question, do you want to put a time limit on it? Is that your intent? Ish.
I think it could be just, we have one board meeting in May.
Mm-hmm. 1 in June. No, 2 in
Two.
June. 2 in June.
I'd like for us to move as fast on it as we can, because otherwise
Yeah, let me get the motion out, we can discuss it.
Okay.
Okay, so, what did I say before? A motion to document the intention, is that what I said? Document the intention of the board to, further revise policy 5517.01 to further clarify the intent of the board to protect specific populations.
Okay. So there is a motion on the table, a new motion, to document the intention of the board to revise policy 5517.01 to further clarify the intent of the board to protect, I'm sorry, I missed the last.
Targeted populations.
To protect specific populations, I think.
Specific populations.
Particular populations. Okay, how about, we're gonna make it go with document the intention of the board to revise policy 5517.01 to further clarify the intent of the board to protect particular populations.
You've got intent of the board in there twice. So it's document the intention of the board to revise 5517.01 to protect specific populations. Yeah, just
Okay. Sorry, if you've got it, can you say it?
So the motion.
Order, please.
The motion is to document the intention of the board to revise 5517.01 to protect specific populations.
Okay.
Further clarify.
To further clarify the protections of specific.
That's it.
Protect
Okay.
population.
Further clarify the intended protections of specific populations.
Okay, is there a second?
So moved.
Mr. Price seconds. Moved by Mrs. Dorn, seconded by Mr. Price. We'll move into discussion. I like it because it provides some accountability and it clearly says what our intent is and what we will do. I like it.
Should we say LGBTQIA plus and vulnerable?
Potentially, I think that's open for debate with members of those communities. I don't, my intent would be to not blow up this policy and truly would probably be to only make changes to the first paragraph, or sorry, the first sentence of the second paragraph. Something along the lines of harassment, intimidation, or bullying toward a student for any reason, including is strictly prohibited and will not be tolerated.
I think that's so needed because again, the unlawful harassment list doesn't include somebody's weight, body shape, whatever. So I think it's awesome that we have our own policy that we can tailor to include basically everything, right? So.
And I don't want to attempt to list out all the reasons that someone may be harassed or bullied.
But one's of greater
But
concern, yes.
understanding here tonight that the removal of that parenthetical is significant. It's an opportunity to include something similar to that parenthetical in our policy.
And if we're gonna do this policy, there has to be teeth behind it. Like, it can't just be words on a piece of paper. I want there to be action, measurable action that we can take.
Well, and the teeth exist in policy.
Right, whether or not that translates to actual action.
Like I said, this policy is not lip service, and it goes through how complaints are filed, how they can be filed confidentially, who's a required reporter. So.
Okay, so it has been moved and seconded to have the board document it's been moved and seconded to document the intention of the board to revise policy 5517.01 to further clarify the intended protection of particular populations. Okay. Mr. Carpenter, will you please call the roll?
Mrs. Dorn?
Yes.
Mr. Kinsey?
Yes.
Mr. Price?
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Carpenter is a yes. Motion passes.
Okay, motion passes unanimously. Next on our agenda, under item C, is program adoption. I'm looking for a motion to recommend adoption of the science curriculum effective with the 2023-2024 school year for students in grades kindergarten through 12.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Carpenter, seconded by Mrs. Anderson. Let's pause for a second and then we'll have some discussion. Anybody have any discussion? That's good. Okay, Mr. Carpenter, will you please call the roll on the question of adoption of the science curriculum?
Okay, Mr. Kinsey,
Yes.
Mr. Price,
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Carpenter is a yes, Mrs. Dorn.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes.
Sure, I'll do this one. Approved Summer Advantage Program, recommend approval of 2023 Summer Advantage Reading Program for grades K to 3 to be held July 17th through August 3rd. Instructor's rate is $40 an hour, approximately 48 total hours. Lead teacher plus $500, program coordinator plus $800. All funding for the program will be covered by federal ESSER funds.
So, second?
Mrs. Dorn and Mrs. Anderson? Questions? Mr. Carpenter, please call the roll.
You're a little bit ahead of me.
Sorry,
Just a-
my fault. It was moved by Mrs. Dorn and seconded by Mrs. Anderson.
Got that. Okay. Mr. Price,
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Carpenter is a yes, Mrs. Dorn.
Yes.
Mr. Kinsey.
Yes.
Passes.
Okay, school bus purchase, the Bellbrook-Sugarcreek Local Board of Education wishes to participate and authorize the Southwestern Ohio Educational Purchasing Council to advertise and receive bids on the board's behalf as per their specifications. Submitted for the cooperative purchase of 4 school buses.
So moved.
Second.
Mrs. Dorn and Mr. Carpenter?
Just a point of clarification, school buses are generally paid for out of, not the general fund, correct? Or out of them.
Usually out of,
There's no,
This particular time, they're going to be paid out of general fund because they're permanent improvement funds. We did not have enough money in our permanent improvement funds at this time.
and I know that's a kind of money.
And the last time we bought buses, some of them were purchased with grant money, is that correct?
Part of it was.
Partially.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, hold on a second. I'm trying to, we just redid all our stuff. I
That's
do not
true.
believe they're going to be purchased out of permanent improvement plan or funds.
It's okay, I don't think the answer to that question
Yeah.
changes my vote, it was just a point of clarification.
Yes,
Yeah.
I can ask Kevin tomorrow.
I'm pretty confident it's general funds.
Okay.
Other questions? Mr. Carpenter, please call the roll.
Mrs. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Carpenter is a yes, Mrs. Dorn.
Yes.
Mr. Kinsey,
Yes.
Mr. Price.
Yes.
Go over to the hand carry, out-of-state travel, recommend approval for the following out-of-state travel class of 2023 senior music students to New York City, May 11th to the 14th, 2023 for cultural enrichment. Estimated cost of district includes up to 3 sub-teachers at 2 days each.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Carpenter and Mrs. Dorn? Mr. Carpenter, please call the roll.
Mr. Carpenter is a yes, Mrs. Dorn.
Yes.
Mr. Kinsey,
Yes.
Mr. Price.
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Back to me.
Items of information, yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Last thing on our agenda is just kind of an item of information. A little bit of context. If you've been to previous meetings, you've heard it said publicly quite a few times that one of the medium to long-term goals of the school board, we would love to get a full-time school resource officer in every building. We kind of talked back and forth a little bit about whether we were, in a previous meeting, about whether we were kind of willing to foot the bill for all of that on our own. The decision was made at that time in that public meeting that that would not be appropriate. So anyway, some information has come to us, just passing on some factual information that the Sugarcreek Township police officers have a levy that is coming up soon, May 2nd, is that correct? And the township has confirmed to the school, just some facts, some information, that if that levy passes, that they intend for their new budget to include basically a copy of the same agreement that we currently have with them, but that will get a second additional officer. In case you're not aware, right now, Right now, we have one part-time officer who spends part of his time, we're very grateful for it, between the high school and the middle school. Starting next year, the township, through our partnerships, which we are very appreciative of, they will be moving that to a full-time position to split his time between the high school and the middle school. And the information that came to us is that if this levy passes, that their budget would include money for an additional officer, which would then have a full-time SRO at the high school and a full-time SRO for the middle school. So I don't think we need any discussion or anything.
Well, I was just gonna say, to clarify, the township is paying for 50% of the officer that's already coming for next year.
Yes.
We're paying the other half of that, and they're intending to fund a full officer or another half of an officer that we would need to match.
Their intention is to fund another half of an officer, and we would decide to fund the other half of the officer. Good clarification that you had with it. That's when I said the copy of the current agreement, that's what I meant by that, and I should have given more specific details. Okay, that is all we have on our agenda. I
Do we
would,
want to set a date for, or no?
let's come back.
Okay,
I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
second?
Mrs. Dorn and Mrs. Anderson. Mr. Carpenter, please call the roll.
Mrs. Dorn,
Yes.
Mr. Kinsey,
Yes.
Mr. Price,
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson.
Yes.
I should really want to keep this party going, but I will vote to adjourn as well, so.
Thank you so much for everybody in attendance. Really appreciate it.